Coronavirus is something that had a real impact on our lives, on our security and also defense. We will have a unique opportunity to discuss these issues, among other issues, here in Bratislava over the next few days.
You see it in an educational divide between the very successful, well-educated and the people with manual skills whose life was getting worse. All that has been amplified by COVID. We see those stresses playing out around Europe now.
Questions facing humanity, climate change, fighting poverty, being an inclusive society, bringing the rule of law to many countries, all those issues will be forgotten as countries and leaders, so-called strongmen, fight with each other to prove who's the strongest.
The world may end up with perhaps less dialogue and greater mistrust between communities and between regions, with a risk to slip into greater divides, so the digital divide, economic inequalities, or the confrontation of antagonistic models. An overriding trend in the post-COVID-19 world will be related to winning public trust and even to get it all back. Trust in the institutions, trust in the technologies, trust in our capacity as a society.
Whether it's dealing with cybersecurity issues, physical security issues, or other issues touching on alliances, the Forum is a great place to bring together national leaders, civil society leaders, academics, and just very interested people.
Central and Eastern Europe will see an immense growth in new technology users over the next decade. Groups such as GLOBSEC must push governments and companies to ensure that this growth comes with benefits for the environment, with new skills and new jobs.
Well, welcome everyone. It's so great to see everyone in person. Whoever thought we could ever achieve this in 2020?
Welcome to Bratislava 2020. Let's heal the world together. I'm Steve Clemens of The Hill.
I'm Maria Theresia of Facultas Media. And we are so glad to be with you again in person.
In person. This is a very rare event. It's extraordinary in Slovakia. Let's just be honest, it's extraordinary anywhere in the world. But I want to do something we hadn't planned on right now. We have a lot of people watching online on social media, a lot of folks on live.globsec.org, folks that have registered and are in shorts right now. I thought about wearing shorts today to make them feel more comfortable.
Well, yeah, I think you should have. You came close.
And you've got, quite a set of heels on.
May I just say, first time in 8 months I have heels on. If I can't walk and I stumble, feel free to laugh. It's something that we're all readjusting
But I want our online audience to know that all of you care about them. So let's give our online audience a big round of applause, thanking them for being with us. We're going to be there. So a big round of applause for them. You can clap and you can do it safely here at Bratislava 2020. But Maitri, why don't you set the stage for us?
Well, these are extraordinary times. We've kind of established that being here in person is something very, very special. We've had lockdowns. We've had lockdowns in local areas that are coming back. We have uncertainty across the board, whether it's job security or the economy. You have a scenario that is questioning making people question a lot of things about policy, about business, about whether we are really building a better world for the people who may be left behind, who don't have much to rely on in these days. So no better time than to discuss what are we doing right, what do we need to do better, and what should we never, ever do again.
And I will also say, to just add to that, that there are two essential pillars of today, which are to look at how we recover from the great lockdown, look at how we build more resilient societies. This is your conference, your forum. You should ask questions. There are lots of ways to do that, which we'll get into in a bit, but make it real for you. You've made a big investment. You've gotten those swabs up your nose. Those of you who are here, those that weren't, were lucky. I want to just remind people, wear masks, be smart about social distance, disinfect your hands. When you see the foreign minister here, Ivan Korchak, good to see you, my friend. But just want to remind about our hygienic rules.
Well, this is a very COVID-safe environment for those of us who are here in person. So a few things to remember because of the Slovakian government's regulations to make sure that we stay safe. When we are outside, social distance is important, as Steve pointed out, but also when we sit down for coffee and lunch breaks, it would be in a seated position. That's the only time you should be taking your mask off. You will see people up on this stage without masks, but it's because we are socially distancing and we are trying to maintain as much safety on the stage as possible. And that will continue when we go outside as well. So if you think we're not being safe by not wearing masks here, we are.
I also want to say happy birthday to GLOBSEC. This is the 15th anniversary of GLOBSEC. Another big round of applause for this important organization. And I want to say that over the last several months, this organization has not been paralyzed. There have been brainstorming sessions. There have been discussions. I've been online a lot with our GLOBSEC friends and, important strategic thinkers from around the world. They have put together, we participated in a digital stage, which we're going to participate in today. This is a hybrid meeting. We're going to be talking as if, to General John Allen in just a moment, we should act like he's in the room. He's in the room for many who are online, but this is the first hybrid format. What I love about GLOBSEC is it's too bad that COVID came along because I'm pretty sure we would have created this anyway. It's important to reach out. This is not something that we're doing as victims. This is a strong way to process and think about smart ideas for the world. So,
and talking about something very, very strong and someone very, very strong, it gives me great pleasure to announce that we have President Zuzana Chaputova joining us, and she is going to join the room at this point, knowing full well that she has made this forum quite COVID safe. Please welcome Madam President.
Madam President, great to see you.
Steve, before we go further, let's talk a little bit more about innovation, because the one thing I do want to point out is that while at GLOBSEC, everyone's been trying really hard to put this event together, and it is a hybrid event, do keep in mind that technology is about iteration. Things happen. You may suddenly see a technology failure, which means, all it means is that we in the room get to talk a little bit more while it gets fixed. So don't be surprised if something happens. It will get fixed. There's a wonderful team back there trying to make sure everything goes smoothly. So those of you at home who are watching, if the link does go down, do not worry. It will come right back up again. There's some fabulous people working on innovation, which is the core of what we're doing.
And the schedule is a little flexible, right?
It is very flexible.
So be patient. Our friends at GLOBSEC right now just heard from the German foreign minister, and she'll be stopping by. We have the president of Hungary stopping by. These are big surprises. We have some folks who may not show up. So we'll be flexible as the program evolves.
Very quickly, before we move on, I just want to say a thank you to our sponsors who are very, very supportive of making sure this happens and that we stay COVID safe.
Yeah, first I want to thank our main institutional partners, the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic. This is Ivan Korchak. Thank you. I hope it didn't cost you too much money, but thank you. And also the International Visegrad Fund, and I hope it did cost them a lot of money.
Well, I know it cost the corporate sponsors some money. MSD, thank you very much. Ericsson, ESET, and PMI.
And partners who are helping to make this conference COVID-free and safe for all of you: Alpha Medical, Biomedical Research Center of the Slovak Academy of Sciences, Lambda Life, Multiplex DX, and Unilabs. Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate this safe zone for this important set of conversations.
But talking about conversations, why don't we get started? Let's first of all introduce General John Kelly. We know him as the president of the Brookings Institute.
John Allen, we mean.
John Allen, sorry.
John Kelly's a good guy too, but
that was my mistake.
Might show up tomorrow.
That's my mistake. That tells me I should wear my glasses more often. President of the Brookings Institute, a four-star general known for his articulate, informed, and frank views. But Steve, you know him well, and you know his name, right?
Look, John Allen is a great guy, former NATO commander, of course, in Afghanistan, running one of the most important think tanks in Washington. Recently, author of Turning Point: Policymaking in the Era of AI, which is such an important topic for this set of meetings as well. John Allen, I hope you're there, buddy.
I am, Steve.
Oh, good.
Good to see you. It's good to see everyone. How are you today?
We're great. So what great words do you have for us today?
Well, Steve, it's, as you know, it's 0609 here in Washington, D.C. And as is our want, you and I are usually up at this hour talking policy issues. So this is no change for me. But let me just say, from the Brookings standpoint and from Washington, we couldn't be happier than to see GLOBSEC hold this forum. This is a real signal that we're able to do very important things and still be safe at the same time. And so, as GLOBSEC has always done, both in the region and in the many issues that it tackles every single day, GLOBSEC is once again setting the trend. And I'm really proud to be with the forum this year. I'll be on another couple hours. It's great to see you both, Madam President. Wonderful to have you attend. And I look forward to the rest of the forum. Thank you very much, Steve.
General Allen, great to be with you.
Let's talk a little bit more about how everyone online can join us. The live.globsec.org platforms are going to allow all the participants to watch the live stream in 3D virtual studio, ask questions. You can do that by
How can
video
they
and
ask
text.
questions?
You tell me.
Okay, well, I think, number one, if you're in this room, you can stand, and this is a very serious thing, because I know many of you have, great speeches inside of you, which you will share at another time and not today. So comments and questions must be very brief. You'll stand, you'll say who you are, and there'll be one of the great staff and the interns from GLOBSEC that will hold a large boom mic. Turn into the corners. Show us, hold up those great boom mics for a minute. Hold them over your heads. There you go. And they will reach you. You don't have to go anywhere so that you can ask your question.
And they're heavy, so another reason to keep your questions really short, and your name, your organization, and a short question before they lose their arms. It does hurt to hold those things up.
And if you are a pre-registered participant and participating at live.globsec.org on Zoom, you can raise your hand, and you will be, if luck falls on you, we will bring you into this discussion through our 3D studio. And we also appreciate all of those that are watching on social media around. Let me now call to the stage and say something about Madam President. Madam President, last time we saw you in New York, and it was great to see you there. It was very inspired. But I just want to say about President Zuzana Chaputova that one of the things, she likes journalists. One, we appreciate that. And when she became president, she spoke to a journalist and said, we should try to have a constructive relationship with our neighbors, but at the same time, make sure that our stances and positions are based on values. So, Madam President, please welcome to the stage.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I expected my first address at this conference to take place under different circumstances. The COVID-19 pandemic seems to be affecting everything. It even dictates topics and determines our actions. But if we are to heal the world together, as GLOBSEC theme suggests, it should not be so. It should be us who will lead and set the pace. Let me explain. The pandemic has become a stress test of our resilience, of our economy, our institutions, politicians, of our ethics and empathy. It has revealed our strengths and our vulnerabilities. In many ways, it has shown the best of us, but the pandemic has also revealed our weak spots. We see just how fragile our economies are. We witness the danger of poverty and limited access to basic services, such as healthcare or education. It has exposed the real capacity and limitations of our crisis management, which had rested in peace for years. Once again, we have seen that the spread of disinformation and hoaxes can become deadly. The crisis has also shown that the temptation of abusing power is still a great one, that the rule of law and democratic principles can erode quickly, sadly even in democratic Europe. These challenges are hardly new. This is why healing alone is not enough. We must immunize. We need to preempt. The pandemic also gives us a unique opportunity to make things better. We need a healing process that goes far beyond our healthcare systems and encompasses the whole of our societies. Today, I want to speak about this everyday business of keeping our societies healthy, immune, and resilient, and about the special responsibility of leaders in this process. The business requires three key components: respect to the rules, well-functioning institutions, and the mutual trust between citizens and their states. Let me first talk about rules. Our strength, our resilience, and our stability are built on rules and principles. The disrespect or abuse of rules make us weaker. This is not a theoretical construct, nor is it a philosophical discussion. It is a matter of fact. If rules are broken, they cause harm to our people and our states. This leads to instability, insecurity, and distrust. It also harms our credibility. How can we project the ideas of democracy, rule of law, and justice in our neighborhood and beyond if we tolerate or refuse to address our own deficiencies? We must start at home. We shall not close our eyes if we see that rules are not respected. We should put discussion and consultations before politicking. But if open and honest dialogue produces no improvements, we must consider other measures. We should not be shy or timid. We must make clear that respecting the rules and enjoying the benefits, including the EU funds, come always and strictly together, and that one without the other will not be possible. Let me be clear. This is not about anyone's punishment. This is about keeping our societies healthy, about preserving trust among ourselves, and about fundamental protection of our institutions. Let me talk about the institutions. During the COVID-19 crisis, the demand for an effective governance is higher than ever. And yet, even as the pressure for their performance rises, our democratic state and international institutions are being undermined both from within and without. Domestically, populism, partisanship, and corruption are subverting our state institutions and hobbling their performance. Internationally, growing competition among states and preference for short-term egoistic goals over common solutions are undermining goal efforts. Cooperation and goodwill alone will not be enough to help address this problem. We must make sure the institutions are well-equipped, safe, protected, and efficient. The special responsibility lies with us, political leaders. We must stop undermining our institutions. We must replace questioning and criticism with support, the funding with improvement, and withdrawing with more engagement. In short, we need to immunize our institutions. This also applies to their security. The arrival of new technologies and ever-rising value of data put more pressure on our institutions. To immunize means to be guided by our principles. To entrust the technical equipment of our institutions to reliable hands, those of our allies and partners. This must not be a matter of economic efficiency, but a matter of responsibility and national security. Because today's lucrative businesses can easily turn into tomorrow's critical dependency and vulnerabilities. Finally, I will talk about trust. Trust of our citizens in the state, in its institutions, in rules, and trust in their political representatives. Trust means confidence of our citizens that they are protected. Protected by rules that are the same for everyone. That if rules are not respected, the institutions will provide a remedy. That when their freedom, security, health, or social stability are at stake, the politicians will act swiftly, decisively, and efficiently. And that they will base their decisions on fact, not on political calculus. The infodemic we are witnessing as we enter the second wave of COVID-19 is a reminder that the absence of basic trust of citizens in their leadership can be lethal. It would be easy to blame the media or education systems or the internet for erosion of citizens' confidence. Do political leaders today project trust? The very nature of power is to be expansive. We, the politicians, should be aware of that and add another quality to our power: self-limitation. Self-limitation means not abusing legislative majority to enact laws and make changes to one's liking. Self-limitations means not beating people in the streets of Belarus who are simply demanding their basic rights. It means not violating these rights for reason of political expedience, as we have seen in the case of Alexei Navalny. Self-limitation means not abusing democratic standards under the cover of anti-COVID measures. It does not mean inciting cold-blooded political hatred against minorities. Self-limitation means responsibility. Responsibility projects trust. Trust is never a given. It is earned. Ladies and gentlemen, the current crisis has exposed our mistakes, our ignorance, and our selfishness. It has strongly reminded us that the rules are here to protect, not to abuse. And the institutions are to improve and support, not to undermine. But the crisis also offers an opportunity to heal, to fix the broken parts, to build the missing ones, and to strengthen our resilience. We shall take the crisis and encouragement to do better, to do more, and to act together, because people elect us to solve problems, not grieve about them. Thank you.
For these words that we absolutely need. It's an honest analysis from a journalist's point of view. It's nice not to be blamed for everything in life. But here's the question for all of us as we go into the number of conversations that we will have bilaterally or in panel sessions about that very core matter that Madam President brought up about trust, that it is not a given, it is earned. So when we look at the fact that we are talking about let's heal the world together, this entire conversation is going to be broken up into two topical clusters. recovering from the great lockdown and building resilient societies. How do we do that if we are dealing with a world where you have question marks about every institution that talks at this point? How do you intend to communicate with your stakeholders and ensure that they believe you? I think that is the core of the questions that we're going to be talking about, asking of every participant, and also the thought processes of every single person who takes part online. Give us your ideas. Solution seeking is what we're here for, and that should be the very core and theme of what we should be thinking about. GLOBSEC has been innovating this entire conference to ensure that the conversations have participation not just from the handful that are allowed to be in this room, but from across the world, whether they're in Asia, in the US, or here in Europe. Those of us who were willing to take the 14-day lockdown when we go back into, or the quarantine when we go back into our respective countries. And if you don't have that, you are very, very lucky. But these conversations are critical for building that trust. The trust element that we have to talk about is another aspect of this hybrid conference, but we have to talk about brainstorming as well. At this point, we are going to be speaking with the World Health Organization as soon as we can get that technical link up. Remember what I told you when technology is about iteration and we're trying to solve for things? Right now, I am literally making sure that we can get that link up and speak to the person who's at the very heart of this entire conversation, has been since we found out about the COVID virus back in December out of China. As we wait for that link to come up, I do want to ask if anyone has any concerns to make sure that you speak to the GLOBSEC organizers. Robert is sitting right there, so grab him if it's a really high-level question. And if you can't make out, he is wearing a green lanyard. Please wave out, Robert, just so that everyone knows you are sitting in that room. So any questions about anything critically important, go to him. Otherwise, the GLOBSEC staff are walking around waiting for your questions to be answered. The quick bit that Steve and I forgot to mention about this hybrid conference is that for 15 years, this conference has been ensuring that we have these conversations. Again, I'm going to reiterate to you about the questions that are asked. Keep them short because technology will always somehow let us down at inopportune moments like right now, where we are waiting for Tedros to and his link to be put up. In the meantime, if anyone has any question, so we have as we have a technical problem with bringing the WHO online, whoever knew that would happen, we are going to move on to a session that is going to set the stage for the conversation with the WHO, which would be the COVID session. If I can get Veronica to get up here and bring her panel on stage. Hey.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. My name is Veronika Cifrová-Ostrihoňová, and I will be moderating the health panel, concentrating on the global pandemic and the lessons learned and looking to the future. We are still waiting for the Director General of the WHO, who should be joining us shortly. But I think before we begin, we might call our first guest, I guess, because what will we be doing here? So hope you're all enjoying yourselves, hope you're all being safe. I'm sure you are, because... And now I can officially welcome Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Organization, who's going to speak to us.
Hey.
I hear you have some remarks for us. Oh, this is the virtual GLOBSEC, so we need to be patient, just like the first two moderators said. The technology is living its own life, but we see him.
Yes, so I'm waiting until you invite me. Am I now?
Hi, Director General. You are Online, we see you, and welcome to the panel. We are glad to hear your remarks.
Thank you. Ďakujem.
Oh, very good Slovak. That's a very impressive.
Excellencies, thank you. I have many friends, so they taught me that at least. Excellencies, esteemed colleagues and friends, good morning and thank you for the invitation to share a few reflections today about the COVID-19 pandemic and the lessons it's teaching us. As you know, more than 35 million cases of COVID have now been reported to WHO and more than 1 million deaths. All countries have been affected, but not all countries have been affected in the same way. 10 countries account for 70% of all reported cases and deaths, and just 3 countries account for half of it. But even countries that have so far avoided large numbers of cases and deaths have been impacted by the social and economic effects of the pandemic. Societies have been disrupted, schools and businesses have been closed, and livelihoods have been lost. Even some of the richest and most powerful countries have been overwhelmed. The pandemic is a powerful demonstration that protecting and promoting health is essential for protecting and promoting economic, social, and political stability. COVID-19 has exposed and exploited the inequalities in our societies and the gaps in health systems. Pandemics have a particularly heavy impact on women through reduced health service access and greater burdens of care and economic insecurity. Fragile and conflict-affected states have markedly lower preparedness capacities. Migrants and refugees have particular health, social, and economic vulnerabilities that are exacerbated during health emergencies. In recent years, many countries have made enormous investments and advances in medicine, but too many have neglected their basic public health systems, which are the bedrock for preventing, preparing, detecting, and responding to outbreaks. Many nations face critical gaps in surveillance, essential medicines, protective equipment, supply chains, infection prevention and control, water, sanitation and hygiene, and the health workforce. The absence of any one of these leaves communities vulnerable and undermines the timely response necessary to contain the pandemic or any health crisis. One of the key lessons of the pandemic is therefore the importance of making political and financial commitments to public health. The time to prepare is before the crisis strikes. We need to fix the roof before the rain comes. A strong health system rooted in primary health care is the foundation for achieving universal health coverage and the trust of the communities it serves. But investing in health is not primarily an economic choice. It is a political choice. Of critical importance in pandemic preparedness is leadership that rises above the national interest to reap the benefits of countries acting together to shore up common defenses. Together with France, the European Commission, the United Kingdom, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we launched the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator in April. The ACT Accelerator brings together governments, scientists, businesses, civil society, philanthropists, and global health organizations to speed up the development and equitable distribution of vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics. Currently, around 200 vaccines are in different stages of development, including 38 vaccines in human trials. About 8 are in phase 3 trials or are about to start. To stop the pandemic quickly and effectively, the world needs to resist what we call vaccine nationalism. It's natural that governments want to protect their own citizens first. But once a vaccine is approved, production will be limited initially, and we must decide who to prioritize. Vaccinating older people, those with underlying conditions, and essential workers in all countries is the best way to suppress transmission everywhere, restore confidence, and accelerate the global economic recovery. And that's why we're saying we need to vaccinate some in all countries rather than all people in some countries. If people in lower income countries miss out on vaccines, the virus will continue to kill and the recovery will be delayed. So sharing and solidarity is in the interest of each and every nation on earth. Following the guidance of WHO's member states, I have initiated 3 reviews of the international response to the pandemic through the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, the International Health Regulations Review Committee, and the Independent Oversight and Advisory Committee for the WHO Health Emergencies. We look forward to the findings and recommendations of these reviews. But there are several lessons that are already staring us in the face. First, we must learn from this pandemic and make political and financial commitments now to address critical gaps in national and global preparedness. We must renew our determination as a global community that never again will a new pathogen be allowed to spread with such destructive impact on our populations. The time to prepare for emergencies is before they occur. WHO support for country preparedness is rooted in the idea that the best defense for health emergencies is strong health systems based on universal health coverage and primary health care. So we need to have a real and strong commitment to universal health coverage. Many countries have been saying it for several decades, but still hasn't materialized. Health for all, health for all, health for all. That's the answer. Second, preparedness goes far beyond the health ministry. There must be engagement across sectors, including foreign affairs, finance, water and sanitation, labor, trade, and other sectors. It also demands strong engagement of local government, community leaders, and civil society, especially in urban settings and among the most vulnerable populations. Finally, we have to go beyond our own immediate short-term national interests if we're going to bring this pandemic to an end. The Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator is a global collaboration to catalyze the development, production, and equitable access to COVID-19 tests, treatments, and vaccines. We call on all countries to contribute to the ACT Accelerator. We are a global community and must support global solutions. No one is safe until everyone is safe. We have said it many times, and we will not be tired to say it again and again. This virus can only be broken through unity, can be defeated through unity. As I have said many times, again, keys to defeating this pandemic are unity and solidarity. That's true in families, neighborhoods, and communities, and it's true at the global level. When we act out of self-interest, we provide an opportunity for the virus to spread. When we act in solidarity, the virus can be stopped. The pandemic has exposed and exploited the geopolitical fault lines, inequalities, injustices, and contradictions of our world. Now more than ever, we need national unity and global solidarity to defeat COVID-19 and to heal our world and to build the world we all want, healthier, fairer, and everything that we can ask of the best for this world. I thank you.
So thank you to Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who's the Director General of the WHO. And now it's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker at this panel of Global Pandemic, who is here in lieu of Minister Krajčí, who's the Health Minister of Slovakia. But this is the Secretary of State, Peter Stachura. Welcome. We're very glad you could join us instead of the Minister at last minute.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me greet you in the name of Ministry of Health and especially on behalf of Minister Dr. Krajčí, who unfortunately couldn't come to this conference because of health condition. And this is for me a big honor to be here and to represent Ministry of Health of Slovak Republic at this meeting. I wish all of you pleasant and helpful conference and stay in Bratislava. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I just should remind you that we are wearing masks just as a precaution, even though this is a very COVID-friendly and safe environment. But we are wearing masks because you are from the ministry and we have other public health experts coming in. So we should be setting an example, right?
Yeah, we said that it is better to wear a mask because we are example also for others.
And you are representing the ministry, okay. And another thing to remind you, all the people watching us online, you can join in with the questions at I need to go through the website, which is live.globsec.org. And if you are here in the room, please don't hesitate to ask questions, but please just stand up, shortly introduce yourself. The microphone will come to you, and please keep your questions brief. We are very pleased to hear from you, but there's limited amount of time. What we want to start with, Mr. Stachura, is the situation on the ground in Slovakia. Because we are in Slovakia, Slovakia is in the state of emergency. The number of cases is steadily going up. The hospitals are starting to fill up to reach and surpass their capacities. There are rescue workers who say they lack protective gear. There's a whole lot of things happening. So my first question is actually a quote from a mathematician, Richard Kollár, who in an interview for the Slovak daily Deník N said, "The current threat is not the collapse of the healthcare system, but rather the harsh measures that we must implement in order to prevent the collapse of the healthcare system." Is this so?
Actually, I can agree that it is a challenge for us, for all of us, because it is not only about patients with COVID-19 when they are positive, but also for other patients with severe conditions, with cancer, with patients on waiting lists, and so on. So, I mean, for us as a government or Ministry of Health, it's very important to find the right balance between treatment of COVID-positive patients and between treatment of other patients with severe conditions.
So how about the health measures that Mr. Kollár talked about, that the danger is not that the healthcare system will collapse, but that we would have to implement such harsh measures that other people could suffer. So you don't think that this is going to happen, because we hear from the hospitals in Slovakia that they have to postpone or cancel elective surgeries, elective treatments, that there's a lot happening. Do you think that we'll stand the chance of not winning, but at least playing even with the pandemic, also regarding the other patients, the other people in Slovakia? Or do we have to implement in the second wave of pandemic the same amount of harsh measures that we did implement in the first wave?
Yes, thank you for the question. The measures reflect on epidemiological situation, and this situation is changing every day. As you know, now the numbers are rising also in Slovak Republic, as you mentioned, And this is also for us, the situation where we need to react. And our government made also a state of emergency at the beginning, from the beginning of October, for 45 days, as you know. But there are also another measures which we ordered or implemented in Slovakia. I would say these baseline measures which were quite or very, very successful in the first wave, for example, wearing masks as we do today, or social distancing, or even hygiene of hands. But anyhow, these measures were not enough, and we had to start with severe things like restrictions now, restriction in mass events, for example, in theaters, in sports activities, and so on, wedding, for example. It can say also our Prime Minister something about it. I mean, this is important to slow down the situation, and we hope that we will not need to make a lockdown as we made it in the first wave.
So just to clarify, we should not expect much harsher restrictions or measures in the upcoming days or weeks in Slovakia.
I hope not, but of course we have to react on the situation, and the situation right now is under control, and I hope that we will stay open and the restrictions will be such as are now.
I need to touch on something you said, because you mentioned the Prime Minister of Slovakia, who is very much involved in the entire fighting COVID-19 situation. Do you think that it was wise and it was necessary for him to first step in, try to restrict or change the restrictive measures, then you had to put them back on because they were necessary, probably? Do you think this is a good idea for a Prime Minister to step in this way?
It's a tough question, I have to say, because I can't judge every single person. I mean, personally, we as politicians and also medical staff should be a good example for another ones. And I think that our Prime Minister regret a little bit also this situation. But I mean, the situation a couple of days before was not so severe as is now. So, I mean, yeah, it was an accident, and I think everyone know that he changed his mind and he wear a mask as well.
Yeah, but he was also changing the measures that were implemented about the big events that he said that they were too restrictive, and then they're back on. But I understand you all have your own little stake in the puzzle, and you're all trying to do what you can. Let's go back to the situation in our hospitals. Because, as I mentioned, even the director of the Association of Slovak Hospitals said yesterday that his own hospital is severely impacted by the COVID-19, not only by the fact that some of the hospitals do have COVID-19 patients, but also because the personnel is falling sick or they have to go into quarantine. How are we handling this? Is there any surge of extra personnel coming? Are we trying to use the army or maybe medicine students, as some countries do?
Yes, this is a very important question, because I mean, you can have the best plan ever, but when you have not enough personnel, it will be not functioning, and you will not succeed. So, I mean, this is also one question which we take in account, and we start to reorganize our hospitals. As you said, we start to reprofilization of our hospitals. Some of them, since today, will reduce their planned procedures, and we have to concentrate ourselves on possible severe outcome of other patients. So this is the one thing we are thinking also about working shifts in hospitals, that there will be some personnel available in case that the first one will be infected, for example.
So you mean dividing the hospital personnel into sort of shifts, so they don't meet up and they can work if one of...
I can tell you from my... I'm also a doctor, so I know how the is functioning, and it is so that when you have a very important doctors in your ward, you choose. You make two groups, for example, and one group will not touch another one, and then if something happened, then you can use the another group to help. And of course, state of emergency helped us as well to be more flexible to react on the situation, and if it will be necessary, then we will move the resources where are needed.
And one more question. The rescue workers are saying that they're also reaching capacity and that they lack protective gear. Is it their own business to get the protective gear, or should the ministry supply the protective gear for the rescue workers?
What do you mean protective gear? What
Masks,
do you mean?
Gloves.
PPEs, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I don't have this information, as you said, that there is a problem. But we have the center where all these inquiries are coming, and we are reacting directly when something happened, and we try to manage that.
We see every day how many people get infected with COVID-19 and how many people get better, how many are healed. And we see the figures daily. Some people say that it might not be the best idea to see the figures daily, maybe just show the weekly average, so it evens out the number of tests, because some days there's more tests, so obviously there's going to be more infected, and some days there are less tests. So are we sticking for the moment to the daily informing of the figures of how many people are infected in Slovakia, or shall we maybe switch to the weekly information?
I think I am.
Maybe your personal opinion. You're a doctor, so.
Yeah, I will tell you. My personal opinion is that I am less afraid of young people who are infected, who are positive, because I think they have a very good chance to survive and they don't need any health help. Mm-hmm. But I'm afraid of vulnerable people, about people who could have a severe problems after that. So I'm looking on our hospitals. How are they doing? How many beds do we have empty? How many boxes? Because it is also important. It's not only important to have ICU unit with beds, but also how you can manage it in this ICU unit. So I'm looking for this information. This is for me something relevant, and not just a number.
Figures that pop up every day in the newspapers. But the regular people, like regular Slovaks, do see it every day. There's a sort of a stressed atmosphere again. As we've seen maybe in the first wave, but then the summer was a rest period in Slovakia as well as in other European countries. But now we're back in the mode of looking how many people fall sick. So I was wondering whether it's good for them, for the regular people, to see every day how many more Slovaks are infected. Yeah. Maybe they don't see that there's so many more tests done. So if it wouldn't be better to just switch the information dynamic a little bit.
I understand your question. I mean, it was maybe you too. At the beginning, you started to look to these figures very carefully, and after that, you were a little bit tired, and you said, "Okay, this is the situation. I can't change this, and I do all the things which I can." And this is most important, our personal responsibility for ourselves, but also for another ones. And it is more important than to be concentrated on some figures.
So we should be looking at the bigger picture rather than the daily.
Definitely, I would recommend that. Yeah.
That's the one message for the Slovak people.
Yes,
and maybe for
I would say that. Yeah.
All around other countries in Europe, because they also fight the same fight.
Yeah, and the other thing we are doing for them, we are trying to react very quickly for people who would be. Who would have difficulties maybe for these vulnerable people, as I mentioned at the beginning.
Are there enough people who are tracing the contacts of the infected people, because the hygiene and the public health offices are also reaching or surpassing their capacities? How are we going to deal with this? Is anyone coming to help to trace the contacts, which is very important to rein in the numbers?
Yes, tracing and testing is a very important part of this play. I mean, with tracing, we reached already capacities, and that's why we started to ask our army to help to some public health offices. It will be in next days the reality.
How about medicine students? Are they helping?
Medical students as well, but they will be doing mainly the testing. But I think even it's very important to know what kind of testing is necessary, because I mean, as a medical doctor, you get used to that everything what you order, it have to have a reason, and it is not just suitable to make some tests, for example, just for this, but you need to know why you are doing this. So we have epidemiological tests. I can understand it when we track our contacts, and then we have medical testing for example, symptomatic patients, and this is what I definitely want. It would be nice that we prioritize this testing, especially for these people who need them, because it's not that important to know that the young guy is also positive in this situation where we are now, but it is much more important to know that our care homes are safe, or our hospitals are safe, or our critical personnel cannot be infected. So I would recommend, and we do all the things to change also ideas of thinking about testing this way.
And we are reaching the end of our discussion, because I know you have to go, but I can't help it, but everyone in the world, or many people in the world, this is GLOBSEC, this is a global platform, is looking at the United States of America, and that Donald Trump, the president, is sick, has been diagnosed with COVID-19. He left the hospital after nearly, I think, 4 days in the hospital. He took off his face mask. He said we can say that in some ways he downplayed the danger of the pandemic, of the disease, saying that in some cases it's less lethal than the flu, and that everyone should be fine because everything is rosy, everyone will get through it. Is this responsible leadership in the face of a pandemic? You are a doctor, so that's why I'm also asking.
But you give me a difficult questions. I've seen. I am too small to judge President of the United States of America. I haven't seen his medical records. I don't know in how condition he was. But general, I think we as a politician or medical doctors, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are example for another, and we should be more. We should react carefully and to be responsible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Stachura, the Secretary of State at the Ministry of Health. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we came to the other part of our panel on the global pandemic. Let me welcome first the person in the studio, who's Robert Mistrik, who's a consultant at HiChem. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. And we also have two speakers virtually connected. So let's start with Natalie Moll, who is the Director General of the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, joining us from Brussels. Natalie, good to have you here.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. And we have Francesca Colombo, who's the head of health division at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, joining us at this moment from Paris. Francesca, welcome.
Hello, welcome everybody.
It's good to see you all. Now I see you all two virtually, one right here, so we have to figure out this entire hybrid scene, but this is what we've come to. This is year 2020. So, Mr. Mistrik, let me start with you, please. You've been listening on to the discussion with Mr. Stachura. He was talking about the preparedness of Slovakia for the second wave. I want to touch on the second wave of the pandemic in Slovakia. How is it different than the first one? What should we expect?
Well, like in everywhere in the world, we see a fatigue from this pandemic, and the people are not so scared anymore. And I'm a scientist, and we know we can put in the reality measure what we want, but if the people will not follow the measure, then we may lose the pandemic. And The difference is that in the first wave, the people were very scared, and we all didn't know how to deal with the pandemic. And as the pandemic in Slovakia, the first wave was quite low, and actually we did a very good job, and I believe the Slovakia was one of the best country managing the first wave. The people start to think, well, everything is over, and suddenly we have learned that the pandemic is not over, and we have climbing numbers. So this is the biggest challenge for us, to really understand that this is a very dangerous disease, and we should not underestimate it. Well, we try our best, and we try to increase the number of tests. We try to do some public work and explain to people how dangerous this pandemic is, and to explain how actually to spread the virus. So it is very important to put a barrier between human and virus. The barrier is, for example, the face mask. Another barrier is social distance. So we should not meet the people we were used to meet every time. And this is another very important factor of this pandemic. The third one is what we know also from life sciences. So the human is organized in cells. So we don't have everything in one object. So we have cells. And what I mean with it, the nature very smartly try to differentiate various parts of functional things in organisms, and therefore we say in this pandemic it is very important to self-isolate, so to create islands and not to meet together in one space, because this is a very good ground for spreading the virus. So this basic, I wouldn't say scientific principles, but these basic principles of life we should also apply in managing the pandemic.
You're also a member of the task force that tackles the pandemic in Slovakia. It's in effect right now, again. We were discussing with the state secretary whether it's necessary to show the daily numbers of infected people, whether it wouldn't be more precise or accurate to show maybe the weekly averages. So it's a little bit more leveled out. We don't see daily, but we see sort of a one weekly figure for the Slovak people to see how we're doing.
Well, I believe we should be transparent. So everybody in the world is showing the daily numbers. Why shouldn't we show the numbers? So it's very important for public and also for experts to see in which situation we are currently. So this is actually the basic information we need to know. Of course, this is not the only number. Some people are really criticizing, so we focus too much on one number. This is the daily increase or daily number of infected people. There is many more information behind this number, so we also need to follow the dynamic. We have to follow this R0. We have to follow also this now quite known K factor, so how quickly it spreads and so on. So there are a lot of things we should also be. Well, I give you an example. I can remember from communistic time when somebody was diagnosed with a cancer, so it was not disclosed to the patients. So I don't know why this was so irrational.
Wait, so someone was diagnosed with a cancer diagnosis?
Yeah, and it was not disclosed to the patient, so we could see only CA letters, so that somehow the doctors can communicate. And today, when somebody tells it, he said this is a nonsense. It doesn't make sense, and therefore this is not to disclose the numbers of daily infected people would remind me on this communistic system of hiding if somebody was diagnosed with cancer.
Oh, no, I'm not saying hiding them altogether, maybe just making them into an average so we count for the number of tests, because regular Slovaks, they see how many people are infected, but some of them don't look at the number of tests carried out, so that more tests, more infections. But I understand your standpoint.
Well, we all know that the actual number is higher, so it's everywhere in the world, so nobody knows the factor. So we say, well, we have 1,000 infected in a certain day. how many people in absolute numbers are actually infected in this country. So the factors vary between 3 to 10, so nobody knows what is certain. So we have to do as many tests as required, so that the ratio of positive to the total number of tests is not too high, and so that's important.
Thank you. Let's join in with our speakers online. Because we're talking about Slovakia doing very well in the first wave of the pandemic. Let's discuss, Francesca, let's discuss the Central European region and how they dealt with the pandemic, second wave now and the first wave as well, compared, for instance, to the Western countries. We see there's a lot of things happening all around the world, but how would you place the Central European region in the fight with the pandemic?
Yes, sure. I mean, you're right. We need to distinguish the first wave from what is happening now. And it's quite clear that during the first wave, the Central and also Eastern European were pretty much spared from some of the worst impacts that we have seen in some of the other European countries. And there are probably many reasons behind it. One very important one, which would be fundamental for me also moving forward, so with the second waves or until we're out of this pandemic, is really the ability to act in very, very early stages. What happened during the first wave is that there were in those countries the implementation of control and mitigation measures that was done early on. If we look at the time that those measures were implemented, it's the same time as other Western European countries, but other Western European countries were already much more affected in terms of having the virus really circulated and very, very large number of people being infected. And so, in a way, Central and European countries acted early before the pandemic was completely out of control, and that was fundamental. There were not also like super spreader events that might have been affecting the dynamics of the pandemic in Western European countries. And in a way also the Central European countries had perhaps a bit less of contact with some of the other parts of the world. I think the critical issues though will be now, because now we see clearly a resurgence in infections. And we know that also Central European countries have also fewer resources. There's a question of have we kept up really with continuous investment, which for us is fundamental in robust tracking and robust tracing strategies. So not just the testing, but really following up to all those people who have been in contact and very quickly and very effectively isolated. That will be really, really fundamental.
Thank you. Now is the time to remind you here in the room, if anyone wanted to ask a question, you're more than welcome. Just please catch my eye and we'll deal with it. Let's move on with the discussion. I know it's a bit of a detour, but I think it needs to be covered. You're public health experts, all of you. There's a scientist, there's a person who deals with medicine, who is from the OECD Health Division. How do you see President Trump handling his diagnosis and his behavior after being diagnosed, also his public statements about the COVID-19? Natalie?
That's an interesting question, Veronica. I've known a few people who've been affected by this virus, unfortunately, who've been in intensive care for 2 weeks. And of course, any communication that you make as a citizen is already extremely important. As we heard in the speeches before mine, as well as by Dr. Tedros, we can only fight this if we all do this together, if we're solidaire, if we're careful together, protect ourselves and protect others. So of course, as a public figure, I think you have even more responsibility to communicate in the best possible way to ensure that everybody is solidaire and protecting themselves, also to protect others. I think that's as much as I can say, and not being in any position of power like President Trump, it's obviously difficult to put myself
Thank you.
in his shoes.
We understand. Thank you. We appreciate it. Mr. Mistrik, you're a scientist. How do you see his comments saying that in some cases the COVID-19 is less lethal than the flu, that people should not be too worried, that it can be overcome rather easily?
Well, scientifically, the COVID-19 is like 10 times more lethal than a normal flu, so that's the data are showing it. So, well, we should stick to the data and not to our impressions or whatever is spread on the internet.
Because it's very interesting that people are saying different things, and some people are prone to listen to rather different interpretation than those of scientists, than those of experts in the public health field.
Well, we are sometimes fooled by so-called small numbers examples. So we all naturally tend to generalize things that happen to us. So if I have a good experiences with the honey, then I would say, well, honey is a medicine for everything. So, but as a scientist, we know we have to rely on a large studies. So, like when you are testing new drugs, you need studies on several thousand people, because we know if the sample size is small, then we can be really misleaded, but by wrong results. And therefore, we are now over 9 months collecting epidemiological data, so we know more about this disease. So these results appearing in a scientific literature. So therefore, we have to take our sources from these reliable journals and scientists and judge based on this information. But not what happened to my neighbor or to what happened to my friends and so on, because this is absolutely irrelevant.
One of the GLOBSEC megatrends that they observed was that there's an interesting and an immense spread of misinformation between people in different countries of the world, and they are prone, as I mentioned, to believe not the scientific, not the factual data, but more something that fits them in their maybe world perspective. Francesca, is the OECD aware of this, and is it trying to somehow dissipate the myths that are out there in the public arena?
Yes, of course. I mean, you're right. There is issues about misinformation, which it's a problem because it creates mistrust as well, in the sense that if we are not able to say which information is the true information, if we're not able to distinguish, then that creates confusions among the populations and it lowers the trust into what governments have been doing. So, of course, we have been trying to help by producing all sorts of different reports, briefs around different aspects of managing the crisis, not just in health, but also in society and economy. And I think there is a fundamental issue that we need to really address in how to rebuild better channels of trust for populations, making sure that the information that is communicated is obviously very, very clear, but also making sure that there are appropriate mechanisms so that we reduce the risk that populations might be lost in a way. We need to have transparency about the strategies that governments are putting in place, why there are certain strategies, think about testing and importance, think about the use of masks. There was at the beginning quite a lot of confusions about whether masks should be worn or not. There needs to be a quite clear communicated information, but also trying to avoid possible conflict of interest between different parties, whether governments, researchers, even the pharmaceutical companies, making sure that there are very good communications about how, at the moment in which we'll have the vaccines that will be distributed. So what are the fairness criteria? So in a way, building on those channels of trust for the populations would be quite fundamental moving forward.
Many of the myths that are being out there are about the vaccine. Natalie, what's the state on the current vaccines? You represent the European pharmaceutical industry. How are we doing with the vaccines? I'm using the example of Slovakia, where less than 50% people said in a survey that they're willing to get vaccinated because they don't believe that it's safe. And because it's developed in a speedy fashion, they think that it's not safe and they refuse to get the vaccine once it's out. I know this is Slovakia, but I've seen similar surveys in the UK. So how to fight this, and where are we with the vaccine? Some of it was mentioned by Tedros, but let's expand on that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Veronica. So indeed, Mr. Tedros explained the number of vaccines being developed, and the ones that are already in clinical trials. There are over 30 of them who are already being in clinical trials, which means they're being tested. And a number of them should be, so there are 3 clinical trial phases. At the end of the 3rd clinical trial phase, then you can ascertain the safety of a product, and then you submit the dossier for approval to a regulatory body, be it a regional one like the European Union or national ones. No products are ever put on the market without having a regulatory approval. So I think that's very important, and it's a very difficult concept to share in the general public, because in general, everything that we buy has not been approved by a regulatory body, right? So if you buy a phone, a computer, whatever, that's not the case. So very few people know that products like medicinal products have to be tested very rigorously before they are able to reach the market in any shape or form. And I think that that's a question of communication that we have to do as an industry, that the media has to do as an intermediary, that politicians, that regulators, we all have to participate in increasing the level of knowledge about how a medicine or a vaccine reaches the market, to help reassure the general public that just like any other vaccine or any other healthcare product, safety is the #1 priority. So I think by the end of this year, we should have some results of phase 3 clinical trials, after which then the products will have to be reviewed. The 2 are already being reviewed by the European Medicines Agency while the clinical trials are ongoing. So a number of regulatory adaptations of the highest level, of the most modern level, have been put in place to speed up the review, but the criteria of the review remain exactly the same. So the stringency of the safety is exactly the same. There have been no changes in terms of what is required of this vaccine compared to other vaccines. And I think that's a very important message to pass. It's not an easy one. It's a technical one, it's a scientific one, it's one that is very far away from the general public's day-to-day dealing with commodities that you buy. And so it really requires careful communication by, like I mentioned, all actors and not just the industry, of course.
Do we have any date in mind when people in Europe could first get the vaccine? Is there any estimate? You said that by the end of the year there should be some end of phase 3.
Results. Yeah, that's always the question that we get, indeed.
Not surprising.
Science, you mentioned it as well. Right? No, it's right. And I'm a scientist as well. And the issue with science is that you never know what happens when you do an experiment. So the clinical trials are, if you like, tests to see how safe a product is. If all things go well, at some point next year, we should be able to have vaccines for priority categories first and then for the general public. But you don't know what happens in a clinical trial because it's a scientific trial. So it's difficult to foresee, unfortunately, and I think we all are dying to know.
Thank you very much. The OECD says that in order for the vaccine to so-called end the pandemic, 50 to 75% of the population should be vaccinated. As we see from the survey in Slovakia, for instance, or the survey done in the UK, it might be less than 50%. Mr. Mistrik, is it still effective? Will the vaccine still do its job if it's less than 50% of people getting it?
Well, I have heard several other numbers. So some say, well, 30% is enough. You mentioned different numbers. It also depends from the neighboring countries. So Slovakia is not an isolated island. So what we do will not affect us, will not affect our neighbors and vice versa. So I would now not speculate about how much the vaccination should go far. Well, it's important to persuade as many people as possible. So, well, I have all possible vaccinations in my body because I believe in vaccination on my family as well. So, and we should set this example. So, well, yes, because this anti-vaxxer movement started with a fake article in a respected scientific journals, and actually we were ignoring it for many, many years, and suddenly we have seen the impact, how it affected many people. So this is this famous article that vaccination cause autism, which is a totally nonsense. But it spreads
it has
everywhere.
Since been disproved, but
yeah, of course, it spread everywhere, and now we have to face this problem. So therefore, we have to persuade everybody that it is this is very beneficial. It's safe, and it is beneficial for society, and it's beneficial for myself, for an individual. So therefore, the people probably more believe in self effects than effects on the society. So therefore, we should use this argument as well.
Let's talk about the quantities, the numbers of the vaccines. There's talk that there's not going to be enough for certain countries. Central Europe generally puts less money into innovative treatments than the Western Europe. Will we have enough vaccines, do you think? First, Mr. Mistrik, and then I'll take it out to you, ladies, once they're available, even here in Slovakia, which is a relatively small country?
Well, I believe the problem is more complex. So this is not a vaccine itself. So it needs to be bottled. So it needs to be distributed. It needs to be applicated, and so on. So this is a whole infrastructure which is associated with the vaccination. It depends which type of vaccine will be actually the right one, because we know we have now approximately 4 types of vaccine. Some are very easy to produce, some are more difficult to produce. So we will see which type of vaccine we will finally get. And well, there are some news that even the glass bottles may be a problem, so that this may be a bottleneck. But well, I will not speculate right now. So how many vaccine we will get, or the entire world? But I am quite optimistic, because there are really many companies doing a very good progress on clinical trials, and we will see.
Francesca, I'm turning to you. Is the OECD doing anything or giving any particular guidelines on how to fairly distribute the vaccine between countries, between nations that need it?
Well, we have been, yes, doing a bit of work. I think there is the fundamental issues that was mentioned also by Tedros, that nobody will be safe enough until, in a way, the entire world and population is safe. So I think between the moment in which we find one, hopefully more than one, multiple vaccines, and the moment in which we can say we are out of the pandemic, it's going to be a long process. Not just because of the things that was mentioned by the State Secretary. Obviously, we need to make sure that there is manufacturing capacity. We need to make sure that people then are vaccinated. We need to make sure that the vaccines which are produced are distributed, but also because there's these questions about fair distributions across countries. And I think there are lots of things that can be done, but certainly this calls for much more robust international cooperations in addressing the issues of distributions of vaccine and ensuring that those are made available to where the needs are the highest. And so, obviously there are already initiatives, even within Europe. There is emergency support instruments that tries to ensure that there is sufficient volume of doses of vaccines which are available for the European Union as a whole, and then distributed across countries. So in a way, getting countries together within Europe to make sure that there are common discussions, but also common negotiations, making sure that there are joint purchasing arrangements that are put in place. That is one way forward. At international level, there are initiatives like the COVAX initiative that is really an initiative for joint purchasing and fair distributions of doses of vaccine. I think it's not just a matter of altruism relative to other countries that might be suffering more. I think it's also an economic issues, because unless we address the pandemics in all the parts of the world, there will be a knock-on impact also across the globe in terms of the economies and societies. So I think continuing to work to ensure there are those arrangements, I would say that probably we can go a little bit farther in terms of sharing of the risk, not just having joint procurement arrangement, but also arrangements that share the risks, arrangements that allow to have advanced commitments that give certainty to companies about the type of products that will be purchased, those products that they develop, provided they are successful and provided they have certain criteria. So I think there are quite a lot of things that can be done to ensure that we decide upfront how we will reward the successful products which have certain criteria in terms of effectiveness, in terms of pricing as well, but also that we agree on how to make sure that those are distributed where the needs are the highest within a country and across countries.
Thank you very much. Natalie, I would like to turn to you now. How about the funding for the vaccine development? How about the healthcare spending of different countries that are trying to get the vaccines? They're trying to get not only the vaccines, but the treatments for COVID-19. We are in the second wave. I think it was Francesca who said that even the funds are running out. How to deal with this? How to maybe restructure the healthcare spending? How to fund the various countries' needs for medicine?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Veronica, because I think this is really a huge opportunity in every challenge, right? There's an opportunity. We need to really look at our healthcare systems that are incredibly stretched right now, but we're already in a difficult state before, particularly in Central and Eastern European countries, and make sure that we learn from this crisis and we manage to reinforce them in the right way and we focus on the right things. So really implement a very ambitious reform agenda for European health systems. I'm very proud of the way Europe is acting on this crisis. The solidarity has come through, the organization for the vaccines purchasing as before was mentioned by Francesca, but also the participation in COVAX, so not only for Europe, but also beyond Europe. So these are all incredible things, but they need to be long-lasting. So indeed, we need to look at how we can better organize our healthcare systems, how we can do this in a durable way. The first area, which is really important, is digital approaches to healthcare delivery. I mean, if we learned anything from this crisis, is that at the moment we are unable even to compare the number of deaths of COVID. So how are we going to be able to strengthen primary care and the digitization of healthcare? It really has to be one of the focuses if we want to be more resilient in the future. We also need to think about the financing of healthcare systems. At the moment, there are silos between all the different healthcare budgets, and we need to integrate those silos, health and social care as well, and novel payment schemes to optimize how we use our money to get rid of any waste. I think the OECD estimates 20% of waste in healthcare systems. And then, yeah, as I mentioned, this is really an opportunity for us to learn from one another, to implement the right approaches in healthcare systems, so that at the moment healthcare systems in Central and Eastern European countries, which often are up to 3% of the GDP less funded than the top 5 countries in Europe, manage to catch up so that the outcomes for patients are better at the end of the day, because that's what we're all interested in, is how patients fare in those countries.
Mr. Mistrík, this is what Natalie Moll said. Are we going to go that way in Slovakia? Are we going to restructure? Would you recommend to restructure some of the healthcare systems in place in order maybe to better fight the pandemics in the future?
Well, I believe every government is constantly talking about restructuring and reforms and so on, because healthcare system is very costly, and the people tend to be not very satisfied with the healthcare system, at least in our region. Well, there are, of course, talks how we will do reforms also in healthcare, and however, right now we have the primary goal to manage this pandemic, which with growing numbers is actually what we have to do every day. And of course, once the pandemic is over. So we have to really, as was said by my colleagues, we have to learn from this crisis and maybe do a better setup of our healthcare system.
You are a member of the task force that was handling and is handling the pandemic in Slovakia. I have a quick question. Do you look for inspiration into other countries? Because we know the Czech Republic is doing very, very badly at the moment. I believe they're worst off in the European Union. But are there any inspirations we're drawing from outside of Slovakia?
Well, I don't know a scientist who is not looking for inspiration outside his laboratory, outside his country. So the first, what the scientist is doing when tries to manage a complex problem is look in the literature. So of course you're always looking for inspiration. And since this was totally new for us, we all were on a search for inspiration and for solution how probably the Asian countries were dealing with the pandemic. Yes, we are looking for inspiration also outside our bubble.
Yeah, but not one specific country that we're being modeled after.
Well,
that's what I was.
You are always looking for a solution that works. So we are not, I would say, chauvinistic. So we believe that only one country has the right. So the problems are too complex. So well, we learn from each other. So and well. Just on this topic, so I have read an interview with Karl Lauterbach, who is a SPD member of parliament in German Bundestag, and he said, well, the crisis in Germany was therefore so well managed because Angela Merkel and all the people in government were listening to the scientists, and the decisions were scientifically based. So
that is something we should aim for.
And I believe in Slovakia was the same case. So from the first point on, our prime minister surrounded himself with the expert, with the scientists, and so on. And the scientific insight was very important. So
and still is the same way that was during the first wave?
It is still the same way. So therefore, this would be my primary inspiration. Where listen to the relevant people.
And I have the last question for all of you. Thank you very much for being with us. The last question is maybe very naive or simple or however you call it, but I am here to ask the questions for the regular people. So when do you each see the end of this pandemic happening? Francesca, please, let's start with you.
Look, it's a big question. As I said, I don't think it will be when we're going to have just a vaccine, because we will need obviously to make sure that the production is rolled out, that people will be immunized and so forth, so that will take quite a bit of time. Incredibly difficult at the moment to really put a date, because it all depends really on how fast and quickly we're going to succeed on the innovation front. So I think it will take quite a lot of time, but it will also depend on how well countries and individuals can manage the also pharmaceutical, the non-medical interventions that we have at our disposals right now. So with hand washing, with the tracing, tracking, testing, and isolating, which I mentioned, all those non-pharma interventions, which at the moment are the tools that we have. I think there is a wider issue about will it ever end. I think there is a fundamental question of asking what can we learn from the crisis to really, ensure that we are better ready for any future crisis, but really raise also the quality, the effectiveness, the resilience of our health systems. So perhaps from that perspective, it's going to be a process that will continue forever. We need to have very humble, we need to be very humble to really recognize that there are certain things that could have been done perhaps differently, and keep this as a process for continuous learning so that we have much stronger and more resilient health system for the future. So there is one issue of when the pandemic per se will finish and be out, and there is a question of continuing that conversation going and not forgetting, even when we are out of the perhaps of the risk, not to stop the conversations about making our health systems much more resilient. Continue that into the future.
Very quickly, very briefly, because we're running out of time. When will the pandemic end, or will it ever end? What's your opinion?
So I couldn't have said it better than Francesca, so I'm not going to repeat what she said. To be honest, Veronica, I think she said it very well. It's a personal and global responsibility. It's all based on collaboration and on science. And I think there we need to be honest in our communication and all participate in that. What I wanted to also mention very quickly is you said money is running out. In fact, I don't think so. There are some new proposed European actions like EU for Health. There are European structural and investment funds. If we can channel all of these to help make more resilient healthcare systems, I think we will have succeeded somewhere where we have failed so far. And we really hope that the ambitious plan proposed by the Commission, which was around 9 billion for the EU for Health, is reinstated, and we can rely on that at member state level to make us more resilient.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to ask, Mr. Mistrik?
Well, about these predictions, long-term predictions are very difficult, and usually they fail. So because you cannot predict events that will happen in a short time, and the world is full of surprises, and there is some kind of a joke, but this is really true. So very unlikely things happen very often, because there are billions of unlikely things. And these things make any prediction very difficult, if not impossible. So we can predict what will happen probably in 1 month, but we can hardly predict what will happen in 1 year.
Thank you very much. I didn't really honestly expect any more specific answers, but thank you very much, all three of you, for trying. We've reached the end of this session. We are on to refreshments, which are now available downstairs. And the next session is here at 2 p.m. And it's all about post-COVID cooperation. And at the same time, in the Habsburg room, which is next door, is the subject 5G. I may remind you, and I need to remind you, because we are being COVID safe. Please, everyone who is here in Bratislava, wear masks anytime you're not eating or drinking outside of this room, inside this room. And now, please let me thank our panelists. Let me thank Francesca Colombo from the OECD. Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you, Natalie Moll from the EFPIA. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mistrik, a consultant at HiCam.
Okay, thank you.
And thank...
My name is Zuzana Pisoň, and I'm leading the Technology and Society program at GLOBSEC Policy Institute. The goal of the program is to examine the impact of disruptive technologies on the economy and society in Central Europe and beyond. We create policy recommendations and strategies in the area of digital economy and innovation policy, and we do that on national and the EU level. One of our core projects is the Digital Lighthouse Initiative, where we connect stakeholders from private and public sector, and together we come up with creative policy solutions on the digital transformation of Central Europe. We have many exciting plans in the pipeline, so stay tuned and follow us on social media to see what we're up to.
So I think democracies today are facing threats both externally and internally. One of the most important things we can do to protect our elections against hybrid threats is actually to close off the vulnerabilities within our own societies, to address many of the divisions that are being exploited by others. But we also need to understand how to build up better defenses and how to deter this kind of activity. So when we talk about things like disinformation, I think it's really important that the public sector and the private sector, the governments and the tech companies come together to be able to identify and root out the kind of malicious and manipulative behavior that we see happening online. But I also think it's really important that we do things like media literacy and reminding our citizens why democracy really matters. We also need to do things like hardening our election systems, making sure that they aren't vulnerable to cyber attacks. And we need to raise the costs on the foreign actors that are engaging in these kinds of interference activities, doing things like sanctions as appropriate, making public attribution when there are cyber attacks on our election systems. I think our governments need to update how we work internally. A lot of these tactics take advantage of seams within our own government. They're non-traditional threats and we're not used to dealing with them. So we need to update our systems and our structures in order to be able to deal with them. And I also think it's incredibly important that democracies come together to learn from one another about both the shared threats that we're facing and the lessons that we can learn from one another about what works in response. I think that standing together as democracies and approaching this as a multilateral issue is going to be one of the most important things we can do in the face of these threats from authoritarian regimes that are trying to undermine our democracy. At the end of the day, the attack is on the democratic institutions, on people's trust in them, and our faith in the system. And I think that we need to fortify democracy from within in order to make it more resistant to attack from without.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation.
The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Možno ste ho prekonali, ale možno aj nie.
Je dobré sa to dozvedieť. Testujeme protilátky, ktoré si váš organizmus na tento vírus mohol vytvoriť. A to najspoľahlivejšou laboratórnou metódou.
ELISA metóda v rozbore krvného séra má najvyššiu spoľahlivosť výsledkov.
Ak ste ochorenie prekonali aspoň pred 2 týždňami, zároveň vaša celková imunita je v poriadku a vaše telo si utvorilo protilátky, tak tie sa ukážu v triede IgG.
Len teraz v štartovacej cene 38 € plus manipulačný poplatok. Nepremeškajte.
Kliknite na lab.online a kúpte si svoju istotu.
Len teraz za 38 €.
Zdravie máte v krvi. Lab.online.
Hi, we are the Wilfried Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank. Elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfried Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
GLOBSEC Bratislava Forum is the platform to tackle disruption and discuss solutions for better tomorrows.
The basic theme of disruption is crucial because, to me, the issue is not whether it's climate change or whether it's the Chinese or the Russians or whatever. It's actually the concatenation, the mix of them all. And that's what I think is so valuable about this, because it is a generalized conference. It allows us to see how all these problems combine.
In Washington, we don't have enough exposure to what's happening in Central and Eastern Europe, particularly. And we think we know everything until we come to GLOBSEC.
GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt.
When you can find an area that intersects the business asset with the social impact asset, I think that's the place where you find sustainability.
So not just the government, but the companies and societies, all of them together in an effort for progress.
So I come here, I get inspired, I get more hopeful than when I arrived. So this is my third. I only wish that it was my 12th or 13th. I missed out, and I wish I had come earlier.
Beautiful landscapes, multifaceted culture, unique folklore. Slovakia is no longer pursuing its beaten track. We are writing a different and modern story. A story about a forward-looking and inviting country that's able to attract talents and investments. Because it's ideas that are the biggest treasure in the modern world. If there is something we can be really proud of, it's the power of ideas. So let us introduce Slovakia to the outside world as a country where ideas are both born and turned into reality. Let us present a country of good ideas, because Slovakia is a good idea. Good idea, Slovakia. A simple, powerful idea being able to inspire the world as well as Slovaks themselves. Good Idea Slovakia is both the slogan and the brand of Slovakia at the same time. Multi-layered typography created by applying the typeface of the world-famous Slovak designer stands for the variety and richness of ideas.
Umenie nás inšpiruje, prináša radosť a robí svet krajším. Vzdelanie znamená múdrosť, vďaka ktorej môžeme rásť a rozvíjať sa. Technológie a inovácie zjednodušujú náš život. Prepájame tieto svety, pretože veríme, že umenie, vzdelanie a technológie spolu vytvárajú novú, inteligentnú budúcnosť. 3 svety, 1 banka. Tatra banka.
Visegrad is a town in northern Hungary, which has served as a symbol for regional cooperation in Central Europe since 1989. It was in Visegrad where the heads of 3 Central European states met in 1991 to sign a declaration with a vision of free contacts among their citizens and joint European integration. They were inspired by a congress of the kings of Bohemia, Hungary, and Poland, held in the same place some 650 years ago. The Visegrad Group, originally a triangle, now a 4-member alliance, is born. But it soon became obvious that to achieve all these noble goals, cooperation could not take place only in the castle, but also in the streets underneath. The V4 governments thus decided to establish a fund which would bring Visegrad cooperation to everyone. The fund was to help develop civil society and cross-border contacts by financing student mobility, exchanges between artists, and joint grant projects. To date, we have awarded nearly 6,000 scholarships, residencies, and grant projects. International Visegrad Fund. Central Europe, granted.
Well, I think that from what I have seen, GLOBSEC has convened a very impressive group of people that are subject matter experts on our most pressing global challenges. And I've really enjoyed the depth of the conversations, and I've learned a lot on the topics, and also the energy and the ambition to do something about these challenges is something that I have felt. So I think if anyone is serious about learning more and doing something about the challenges that we face globally, this is a great place to be.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to welcome everyone to this session on defragmenting the world, envisioning a more cooperative future. I'm the moderator of this session, and I would like to introduce my panelists here on stage, but we've also got two panelists joining us online. So, first of all, I'm very honored to welcome His Excellency Mukhtar Tileo-Berd, the Foreign Minister of Kazakhstan. Also with us today is Ambassador Rastislav Karčel, the chairman of GLOBSEC. We also have here Mr. Martin Klus, who is the State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. And we should have two speakers joining online. Yes, this is going to be Mr. General John Allen, the president of the Brookings Institute, and Mr. Ditmir Bushati, who is currently the special envoy of the Albanian OSCE chairmanship. So I'm very happy that we managed to have so many people here in the audience and also joining a few people online. I would like to remind everyone this is a 55-minute session, which should give us enough time to discuss a few things with the panel, but then also for you to ask questions here in the room. And please don't forget you can also ask questions online via the live link, which is live.globsec.org. So this session today is really going to the heart of this year's GLOBSEC theme, Let's Heal the World Together. And I would really like to focus on the together. How can we have a new approach to the many challenges and threats we are facing together in a more cooperative way, as the title is saying. Now, this is really important because the coronavirus outbreak has led to a certain degree of deepening divisions instead of actually bringing the world back or closer together. These are some of the things that are mentioned in the GLOBSEC Megatrends report that some of you probably have seen already. It enumerates a number of trends and challenges that may have even been accelerated or triggered by the pandemic. Now, since these challenges are so multifaceted, I would really like us to focus here today on the solutions. Just to remind you of some of the challenges, maybe the resurgence of conflict in Europe, climate change, the rise of populism, the rise of disinformation, how to deal with new emerging technologies, many, many others. So instead of actually us analyzing all these problems, let's focus on how we can get back to a common approach. Now, the main issue in this context, I think, and that's already my first question to our panel, the virus struck at a time when multilateralism was already under a lot of strain and pressure, and we could observe a very strong competition, great power competition between the US, China, and Russia. And if I may, Foreign Minister, this would be my first question to you. As we've seen this increasing great power competition between the US, Russia, and China, how do you think we can manage to get back to a more common approach, more cooperation, more multilateralism, less competition? How can we overcome the fragmented world from your point of view?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, any tension between United States, Russia, China, and if I would add European Union, brings damages on the global level, also in some regional developments. So what can we do? The key word of the answer is dialogue. Just let me bring an example of the Central Asia. The challenge of our region is in the fact that we are landlocked countries. So what's happening around our region? So on the north part, you can see sanctions against Russia, Belarus, also the tension between Russia and Ukraine. On the east part, we have China with their trade negotiations with the US administration. Some expertise consider it a trade war. On the south part, we have Afghanistan with the instability and also the some tensions between Pakistan and India. And on the west, nowadays, we have Armenian-Azerbaijan conflict. So in this situation, we consider that we have some new trends in the regional development. And this is the new trends of the regional integration. So head of our states decided to have constant dialogue. So 2 years ago in Nur-Sultan, our capital of Kazakhstan, we hosted the first consultative meeting of head of 5 Central Asian states. Last year, the second meeting was in Tashkent, and our presidents decided to meet regularly. And also was proposal to sign first treaty on friendly and long-term cooperation between our states. So this is the first time in our 30 years independence development, all 5 countries. And since we have this new trend, we found that, as was mentioned, that superpowers brought some interest to our region. So, nowadays we have so-called C5. It means that all 5 Central Asian states and United States initiated the dialogue C5+1, and last year US administration introduced the new strategy on Central Asia. And in continuation of this process, we have C5 plus European Union. We already had 2 meetings and head of foreign ministers. And also nowadays we have new dialogues of Central Asia with China and with Russia. So this also shows that the dialogue gives us the opportunity to develop our cooperation with the superpowers. And I just, in this context, would like to note the first president of Kazakhstan, Nursultan Nazarbayev, had proposal to consider the concept of new geopolitical reality called 3D. It means the creation of the 3 dialogues. The initiative covers several levels, but I would like to stop only on the first one. It's on the global level as the dialogue between US, Russia, China, and European Union. And in the continuation of this idea, the Russian President Putin proposed to have the summit of the states permanent members of the UN Security Council. And indeed, nowadays, the UN is the one international institution which can cover all issues in the relations between superpowers. And I just would like to say that at the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, our President Tokayev said in his statement that the United Nations must lead the global effort to overcome the pandemic, accelerate recovery, improve prospects for global governance. So the only UN can give us the good platform for the dialogue among the superpowers, also including the middle powers, as now say we have.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. Thank you very much. It's very interesting that you've mentioned so often the word dialogue and how to get back to this dialogue. And that's really the next question I would like to ask to you, Mr. Bushati. Yes, if you can hear me, because your country, Albania, is currently chairing the OSCE. And everything I know about the OSCE, it's about dialogue. How do we manage to get cooperative security on track and basically solve all the problems that have been, some of them have been mentioned by the foreign minister, the conflicts, for example. What's your view? What can the OSCE do? And if I can really ask you, please, to be brief again, because this session is only 55 minutes and we've already spent 10 minutes discussing, so please.
Thank you very much for the question, and as you rightly pointed out, OSCE is a platform for dialogue. It's a consensus-driven organization. It groups together countries from North America, Central Asia, and Europe. It is still the only platform where those three continents are sitting and discussing together. But it has been also affected by this erosion of trust that we are experiencing with multilateralism and international cooperation in general. Therefore, OSCE as an organization has its own limits, as it has been demonstrated also in the institutional setup of the organization. But on the other hand, it has also the three autonomous institutions, which are still playing quite an important role under the difficult circumstances the international order is facing and the OSCE area is facing. Because it looks to me like we have entered into a tunnel. And it's still quite early to see the light at the end of this tunnel, because we have been experiencing a fracture at the global order and a lack of clear readiness for international cooperation like we've seen in the past. And nowadays with the coronavirus, we see also this social fracture coupling with the fracture of the global order because of the economic and health consequences. In this respect, OSCE is playing its own role, but it cannot replace the importance of other organizations in ensuring more international cooperation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I know that the organization has its limits, but I want to make sure that we try to come up with solutions. So I know that, Ambassador Kacher, I know that GLOBSEC has launched a flagship project together with the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, which is basically exactly that. It's bringing back, relaunching cooperative security and avoiding a situation like we've now analyzed and discussed, where basically we are almost sleepwalking into a war, or we are not being able to deal anymore with all these military incidents and potential problems we are facing. Could you maybe explain what that initiative is and how you see it could actually do something so that we get out of this?
Sure. Thank you very much, Stephanie, for the question. You're absolutely right in saying that virus comes already in the time of some certain crisis of multilateral diplomacy and institutions. And always in some category of jokes, I have a good news and I have bad news for you. The bad news is that the virus is causing loss of lives and a lot of people die. So that's not a virtual reality. That's something which is here, which is real. Also, economy is starving, and it's also rising, as you said. All the disinformation's got a new fuel, nationalism got a new fuel for the case, etc., etc. The good news here is that it's also reminding us, all of those bad things are reminding us that we need to refocus and rechange our thinking. First of all, we need to admit that the globalization, it's a reality. That's not an Illuminati or Mr. Soros invention. That's a thing which is happening. As people set on a couple of 100,000 years ago up from savannas north and started to populate the world, this is coming at higher and higher and higher speed. And not only global warming and the climate crisis is reminding us, this virus is an alarm clock for all of us to realize that we are more and more interdependent. And without being together and without cooperating, we are going to be lost. There is a small lesson for us here in regionally. We felt it within Visegrad cooperation that the virus nor the climate change doesn't care whether I speak Hungarian or Slovak or Czech or Polish language. It's just getting freely across. And there is no closed fence solution here, because then you saw what economy is doing. So we need to have an open mind that the EU is creating platform for that. We need to have a really regionally, locally focused issues and completely change the approach. And stronger union, it's better for us. And then also with the rise of disinformation, authoritarian nationalism, all big multilateral institutions come in place. And here I want to come precisely and end with that, because Minister already spoke of the role of UN and its system. There was already thinking that the OSCE is obsolete institution, which almost has got no role. What is the Helsinki standards and something which is not having teeth and cannot bite. And that's why we, two of us, came together, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung and GLOBSEC, in cooperation with the OSCE, to look into the issue and said there is a role for organizations like this, because that brings a table family of unique nations where we would not agree on all of the values and all of the messes and all of the things, but it gives us the ground to be together and talk, exchange, and actually in some situations, probably even in today Minsk, if we would have thought more active role if before the ground was burned, maybe we would have tools how to keep things at leash. Or Crimea, and I want to say that we are dreaming. What we should come back to this together thinking in the context of the OSCE, which is great, which is setting Helsinki values, but is bringing people at the table.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, OSCE has many of those tools and try to always deploy them the moment there is a crisis, but sometimes it's not enough or not too late. So I would like to come up with ideas how we can complement all these different tools and organizations that we have available in this multilateral world we are living in. It's just my feeling sometimes is it's not being used properly. Maybe come to you, Mr. State Secretary. How do you, from everything that you have now heard being discussed, do you feel there are still areas where the world can work together? We have now looked at this from a more global perspective. Maybe look at it more from a European or regional perspective. Is there anything where you feel that this fragmentation can be overcome?
Well, thank you, Stefanie, for this question, and good afternoon to everybody. As Ambassador Kaczar already said, we are heavily interdependent, and that's why even this COVID-19 situation clearly shows us how important it is to cooperate. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel. Organizations are here, but they are only that strong as the member countries wants to make them strong. So we can easily feel that United Nations has some problems because it's still structure from the Second World War or after the Second World War. We felt the same with European Union recently, and I'm very happy that European Union create very quick response to the contemporary situation with this multi-annual financial framework 21-27 and new generation, which is a very new era for European Union. And last but not least, if we speak about cooperation, let's take a look how we can manage climate change, for instance. There is no other way than to cooperate. And when you mention regional cooperation, I believe European Union should be one of the bodies worldwide which should show to the rest of the world how easy it is to fight against climate change if we are stick together, if we are cooperating together, now as 27 European countries, but later then hundreds of countries all around the world. So this is what I'm really believe, and Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Slovak Republic, as well as this government, is very strongly believing in multilateralism and effective multilateralism. So let's work together and let's not supporting unilateral world because this is the way to the hell.
Yeah, thank you very much. I tend to agree with your analysis also that the European Union manages much more than we sometimes think it does. We tend to always view the negative sides of it, but I agree with you. General John Allen, I would like to come to you now and maybe come back again to what has been said at the beginning, looking at it more from a global perspective, and in your case, from the US perspective. From most people I've been talking to in Europe, basically, we've been seeing the US retreat from the international stage. We've seen all these withdrawals from international agreements, the Paris Climate Accord, the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, there's so many, the WHO. How can we go back to multilateralism, everything that has been said by all the speakers, if the US is maybe not leading this? How do you view the future?
Well, first, it's wonderful to be back with so many friends in GLOBSEC. 3 of the 4 panelists today are old friends, and it's good to see them. And I don't know the foreign minister, but I wish him well in his work. This is a difficult question to answer right now because you ask that question at the seam of one of the most important political moments in the modern history of the United States, which is the election, which will occur on November 3rd. You know, traditionally, the United States' presence on the global stage in the rules-based world order, which in many respects flowed directly from U.S. leadership at the end of World War II, it took the form of what I would call transformational multilateralism. In other words, all of us together as partners, often with the U.S. leading, but as partners, all of us were far more than simply the sum of our parts. Transformational. We were better than just the sum. And it was multilateral. And so many of the challenges that we had in the post-World War II world, the post-Cold War world, and the world that we face today, virtually all of those challenges at the global level require a multilateral approach. But we've seen in the last 4 years during this administration an emphasis on transactional bilateralism. We have seen the world easier for authoritarians to both grab control or to strengthen their grip on their population. We have seen an absence of the kinds of emphasis the United States put on human rights for many, many years. And that all is exacerbated by 4 major challenges that are being faced by the United States today. And that is the challenge of the virus. We will pass today 211,000 dead in the United States and 7.5 million infected. That's an appalling failure of national leadership in the United States. Number 2, an economic downturn that looks like the Great Depression, with tens of millions of Americans unemployed, hungry, and many of them soon to be destitute as they're unable to pay for their mortgages or their rent. The third area, of course, is the area associated with our racial tension, which blew up in the United States and ultimately across international borders. And then finally, this year, in a very real way, climate has come home with a vengeance. All of those issues, climate, racial tension, global economic recovery, and ultimately dealing with this pandemic, can only be done in a multilateral sense. And on the one hand, in our politics right now, we have an emphasis on the one side of continued America being great again, which has, in large sense, made America isolated. And then we see what I think will be, should the election go in the other direction, a return probably to a role that the United States has had traditionally, which is global leadership. Not global hegemony, but global leadership, working with partners. Now, absent that, to your question, absent that, it has never been more important than now that the existing in-place international organizations, the OECD, NATO, the United Nations, and in particular the EU, these have a role and an importance to play right now given the absence of credible and coherent American leadership on the international stage that we've not seen before. And we've got to put emphasis on those organizations that are working, and we've got to do what we can to support.
Okay, thank you very much. I think all the statements, even if they addressed various angles, we've heard the need to work together, to cooperate, to use dialogue, and for the US to assume again some global leadership. Now, we've got almost 30 minutes left, and I would really like to turn to you, to the audience, and give you a chance to ask questions to some of the panelists. And maybe if I can encourage you, first of all, to stand up while you're asking your questions, because we have a long pole microphone. And also make sure you really ask a concise question. And maybe also challenge some of the panelists to come up with new ideas and solutions on many of the things we've just discussed now. So who wants to go first?
Member of the parliament, and I am for the third time in my life the head of Parliamentary Assembly delegation of Slovak Parliament to the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. And in this point, I would make first a remark, and then I try to be realistic or perhaps a little bit skeptic concerning the motto, together and dialogue at any price. 5 years ago, I was observing the presidential election in Belarus. And now we hadn't been invited timely enough, so we hadn't been there. But what I saw with my own eyes, I participated in 20 election observations, starting in Berlin and ending in Almaty. But such a fraud like was 5 years ago in Belarus, for me, there was no surprise what happened this year. And the problem is to have a dialogue with a person that is representing an empire of evil. We had historical knowledge about dialogue at any price. One such happened in 1938 in Munich. It was our price. We have to pay this any price. Yep. And that's why I'm skeptical towards the position we should have a dialogue with Lukashenko. It's not a way to speak with Hitler, to speak with Lukashenko. We should be somehow cautious in having dialogues with clear enemies of our values, because our warm heart is for them a sign of weakness.
I see your point. Would you like to ask a question? Because that was really a statement, and maybe you would want to address it to Mr.
Said, to the tendency that we should deal with dictators as with partners that are worse to be dealt with.
Okay, so that's not a question, it's a statement. So everyone else, I would really encourage to make questions, and maybe you also have someone that you want to ask the question to directly. So before giving any of you the floor again, maybe someone else wants to ask a question. So I know this gentleman, Mr. Marcel Pesco.
My name is Marcel Pesco. I'm currently at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm former director of the Conflict Prevention Center at the CPC. And I share the view that the only way forward is dialogue. But my question is, how can you base a dialogue while you don't have a common vision? While you don't have a shared values and shared principles? We have all these on the paper. But when we started the dialogue in Helsinki in '75, even with the devil representatives of the devil imperia, like Brezhnev, for instance, that time, we had at least the vision that we will be building a cooperative environment through dialogue, that we will be addressing the issues jointly. Do we have it today? Mr. Kachar, Ambassador Kachar mentioned that, but is it there? Do we have a readiness to restart this vision type of approach and seeking for common ground? Or are we going towards the building up again of imperia of influence and dividing lines, and then, of course, inevitably towards the conflict on the regional level or even the global level?
Okay, thank you very much. I think after these two questions, I would like to turn to the podium. So one statement was very direct. It said that we cannot have dialogue at any price. And the other one was your question, which said, how can we have a dialogue if we have no common vision? Maybe Ambassador Kacha, you would like to answer it. I'm guessing Mr. Bushati also wants to say something, maybe you, Foreign Minister. I don't know.
Briefly, because this was a little ball by Mr. Peshko here. Marcela would agree with you on this. The world is more complicated today as probably was. Though we were closer to confrontation, say a nuclear or conventional those years, and maybe that division, which was more black and white, was pushing us for some vision, to save the reality which was there. Today, we got in a world which is much more fragmented, as it was before. It's much more, how to say, what is the right English word, diluted, fuzzy, uncertain. And it's much more players, and even inside our own communities, we are fragmented on vision, because if we will look where European Union is today, and how this virus created a new divisions, new lines, and new wave of nationalism here, I absolutely agree with you. I'm just hoping very much that at least this will be an impetus for us to come on a smaller level with united visions, which then can grow up. But there is a certain grain of skepticism here at place that it's hard to have common vision. But for us, it's an issue, and we should have a sense of urgency and sense of sanity here in the region, in this Visegrad region, and in European Union as such, that it's urgent for small countries like us, and we need to be rational on that, because it would come, as Stefani was saying, a minister was saying, in the world of competition of great powers, we are not able to catch up in this competition of great powers without being strong within EU on that. And just a little footnote on Mr. Osuski's question, you are right, they should be the bottom line, where you talk to the authoritarian rule. They should be. We should try honestly, we should try with an open heart, we should involve into dialogue, we should not fight with our own means, so we should be honest in our approach, but there is the bottom line. There is the line which you will not go under and say, no way. And then we will use different tools, means and ways how you deal with a situation like this. I absolutely agree.
Okay, so basically you're saying there is a red line also to dialogue.
There is a red line, yes.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering if on this, Mr. Bushati, you wanted to maybe come in, because this is really so much about OSCE, and I guess this is all you're dealing with currently, or a lot about it.
Yes, that's true. That is so much about the OSCE and the security environment surrounding the OSCE area, but not only. I fully agree with the colleagues that the environment has been constantly in deterioration. So therefore, we have to be realistic, and being realistic, for me, it's important to align the reality with our minds. So it's extremely difficult to speak about a joint vision of 57 participating states coming from very different historical backgrounds and traditions. But on the other hand, it's very important to speak about the common denominators of the organizations. And we have seen in certain aspects the organization has been able to provide assistance to the participating states, and also to act as an honest broker. But in other cases, it was simply not possible because of the rules that have been agreed or interpreted in such a way that did not allow the organization to act. So the key question for me, it's trust. We need to restore trust, and we need to restore trust among participating states. And now it's not anymore the classical type of debate we have seen in the past, East versus West or West versus East, because of this defragmentation that we are all discussing. It's much more complicated, and in some cases it's based even in the thematics. And then it's also a question of instruments that are at our disposal that can allow to see the results in the practice. In some cases, it has been even more difficult to draw a red line, and in some cases we have appeared like drawing a line into a sand. So this is very important for the credibility of the organization, and this is going to be very important for the credibility of international order in general.
Okay, so thank you very much. I know that it's complicated in the OSCE area because the interests are so different, but I still have several examples in mind where I think if interests converge, something can be done. Now, I was wondering if there are more questions here in the audience to some of the other panelists. Please raise your hand. Yes, Foreign Minister, please come in.
Yes. Anyway, I firmly believe that the UN, OSCE, and other international organizations should remain at the forefront of global cooperation and should serve as a platform for the dialogue. Anyway, the international organizations have legal frameworks, have rules and norms for the cooperation between the members. Especially the principle of consensus in OSCE gives the opportunity to hear the voice of even very small state. So we don't have small or big states in the organization. We have the state which has the same right as a superpower or other members of these organizations. So therefore, I vote for that. We should keep the dialogue in the framework of any organization. Thank you.
Yes.
We are having international law, and this country really believes in international law. But we already seen, for instance, in Georgia or Crimea, how weak is international law. So let's start to think together. What should be the painful moments for some countries if we want to keep international law? Because so far we only have some possibilities which somehow works. For instance, European Union introduced a sanction list just recently for Belarus. 40 Belarusian politicians and those who are responsible for terrorist attacks against their own citizens. But we can easily see for 6 years how these sanctions are working against, for instance, a country like Russia. We need to find another place where any kind of activity could be painful enough to stop these countries to break international law. So maybe this is the open question mark for all of us. What should be the painful moment?
So you're saying the sanctions, in your view?
That's one of the options, but as we can see, for 6 years, if it comes to the relationship between Europe and Russia,
yes,
it doesn't work that well as we believed.
I was wondering, General Allen, whether you would want to come in here, because this is also always a big question mark in the US, how to deal with Russia. And from a European standpoint, it's quite puzzling, because on the one hand, it seems the policy towards Russia in the US has remained stable, but then when looking at some of the president's comments, it's not very clear to us. So I'm wondering, where do you see this relationship going with Russia?
Well, look, I tried to come in a couple of times during this conversation. It's really important. First, I would say to the comment about not talking to adversaries, I understand why individuals would not want to, but I would also say that during the darkest moments of the Cold War, the United States was always willing to talk to the Soviet Union. And this is where comments of other colleagues on the stage are very important. At times like these, we have to go back to the first principles. And we have to understand what our values are. The common values that we have that formed organizations like the EU, the OECD, in particular NATO, these are first principles for us right now. And when other things seem to be drifting on the wind, we have to understand what we stand for. So when we go to talk to the Russians, we have to ensure that our values are on display and that our values shoot through the entire conversation that we have. You asked a question about American policy with respect to Russia. I don't know what it will be in the next administration. If it's Biden administration, I think it's going to be something Russia will not like at all. Under this administration, I think we have held a line to some extent, but the president's public statements about the Russian has been very confusing to Americans as well as confusing to our allies as well. Now, I led a program a couple of years ago, a GLOBSEC program on NATO adaptation. And one of the conclusions that we had as we went through that long study, and I would commend the study to anyone who's interested in where we ended up on the issue of Russia in the global south, was that first and foremost, we have to understand what our principles are, what our values are. And from those agreed values, there is a lot that we can accomplish together. We may not have the same views on all issues, but those common values can be inserted directly into the conversation with the Russians, directly into the conversation with the Chinese, so that we don't have a conversation where somehow the Uyghurs and 1 million Central Asians in the People's Republic of China who are interned right now in camps, that does not get the attention that liberal democracies must bring to it. So my point would be that we have to go back at this moment, when there's so much in change, so much that is shifting around us. Let's agree on what our first principles are, and then we can begin to have the conversation. And I will simply tell you that one thing we're looking at very hard for the potential for a next administration is a revolutionary concept on the thinking of the global community of democracies. You know, when we talk about the West, often about the West is exclusive. It's about Europe and the transatlantic relationship. But let's remember that there are vibrant democracies in other places in the world. And the more we're able to combine our values, as they are asserted in liberal democratic societies, the strengths of our economies, the advances technologically, and most democracies in the world have technological advantages. The more we're able to come together on those points, the greater will be our capacity to do good for humanity, not to confront the Chinese, but ultimately to outcompete the Chinese, not to confront the Russians, but to make it very clear that our combined set of commitment, both to the values, international law, as Martin said, and ultimately to a combined approach economically, that they're not going to be able to compete with that. And we better understand that aberrant behavior that seeks to undermine democracy is going to come at a cost. Now, we're not there right now, and we'll see where the American election takes us. And I think a lot will be determined based on that.
Okay, thank you very much. I was wondering if there are some reactions in the audience, because I'm very sorry, I cannot see the questions on my iPad, unfortunately. So I'm not able to take them online, unfortunately. So I was hoping maybe someone else here in the audience would want to come in, because we've raised a lot of complex issues. Yes, please, there's someone over there. And maybe you have some direct questions how these issues can be solved.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Adrian Neumann. I work for the Institute for Security Policy at the University of Kiel. And I would like to ask a question to the panelists. When we speak about Russia, I think it's always, first of all, important in the discussion to distinguish between Russian elites and always the societies or civil societies. And in this I ask, are we doing enough in reaching out to the civil societies in that sense? So one thing is, of course, let's say Navalny, the case of Navalny, and we say, okay, we should have more sanctions. That can be the one part. But on the other part, wouldn't it make sense to say, to also double down, will now increase or decrease the costs of German classes at the Goethe Institute, or decrease the costs of English classes at the British Council, in order to reach out more to the civil society, which normally, if I would think of Russia, is definitely not in the interest of the Russian government. And in comparison to China, Russia is still quite accessible, at least from the outside. And I wondered if we should not, our arsenal of, if we want to compete and talk about values, should not use this part, our soft power, that we have more, and the money that we have more, to make more attractive offers to the civil society to show, hey, that's also what we can do. If we think about how the Cold War ended, it was because our economic system, we had something to offer that the Soviet system could not offer. And if that hadn't been the case, if their system would have worked better economically for the people, we probably wouldn't be here today the way we are here. Thank you.
And so the question is whether the support for the civil society is something that should be...
I think there's not being enough done. We always talk about the hard stuff of punishing, but the punishment can also be, okay, then we'll talk more and make more office to your people.
Who wants to react maybe to that? Yes, Mr. Klus.
If it comes to our government, because we tried to use this soft diplomacy if it comes to Belarus, we offer a couple of thousands euro for students coming from Belarus to Slovakia. But there is a problem with the brain drain then, because some of them are not willing to come back and to use their knowledge they get in European Union back in Belarus. So this is something we need to deal with. We are having the same problem, by the way, with the Slovak students in Czechia and Germany as well, and some other countries. Well, I completely agree with you. I'm a product of soft diplomacy of the United States, of Norway, of some other countries, and I fully agree with you. That really changed my life somehow. But how to do that properly to make sure that these people will then really help to their own countries? This is the question mark we are having. But we at least tried, and as far as I know, 23 of Belarusian students have to come to Slovakia very soon.
For Minister or Ambassador Kacha, if you want to say something to this question of soft power versus sanctions, what works better?
Briefly, because we are NGO, so I have a lot of good understanding for the role of civic society, absolutely, and I'm with you on this. Here, the problem is that in Russia, the treatment of civic society is extremely harsh. So if you want to come from outside and support civic society which is existing there, you hit the rock. And I can assure you that everybody here in this community completely and very sharply and precisely understands the division between those who are responsible for the regime and the people of the country, which is maybe the regime holders are tip of the iceberg, but the rest, it's a society for which we have a lot of admiration, a lot of sympathy, and a lot of inclination. So the problem is precisely how not to avoid the brain drain of people that you would offer them something out there in the EU or what used to be programs in the United States to help educate and etc. The most efficient way will be how you bring the knowledge out there. And we should fight with our means because we are free society, free democratic society, so fight with our means, not with counter-propaganda, but with facts, arguments, and help. And it's complicated. But I want to come also to point where you hint on difference between Russia and China, because it's substantial difference. And probably I wanted still to react a little bit on your ball, which you played on the argument of John Allen. And generally, you're absolutely right. This is not only to confront, this is to compete, and compete in a fair way and win that competition. Because if we want to be true to our own values, we need to win also hearts and minds of our own people in society. And in this world, which is more and more complicated by this shitstorm and this info war which is going on, we need to remind ourselves that, again, our weapons are our values, and we need to outperform and outcompete out there. And it comes also to your point in that question, because this should serve as a superior model which will be sexy, which will be attractive on long run. That's the bottom line.
I think, Foreign Minister, you wanted to say something on that point.
I just feel that I have to answer this question because Kazakhstan has a common historical past with Russia, with Belarus. We transformed from Russian Empire state to Soviet Union. We had together more than 70 years coexisting, and in the Soviet Union, the common space, So, and one day the Soviet Union was collapsed. And even me, I was educated in Marxism, Leninism's theory. So what do you expect at the first day that we can just take the European democratic values, you just transform and put to all our countries? Definitely not, because we should to develop our civil society, the power of the NGOs. So therefore, please consider our countries as in the development. So, for example, nowadays our new president introduced some new incentives, amendments in the laws on the election, on the NGOs, on the parliament. He just set up the Council of National Trust, so where our president sits together with all NGOs and even bloggers and can freely trustfully discuss the whole issues of our civil society. Just recently, Kazakhstan had signed the second facultative protocol on the Civil Rights Convention about the rejecting of the death penalty. So this becomes stage by stage in the development. So you couldn't expect that in one day just we had the all values, so European values, and put it in our society. Same things with the Muslim countries and other Asian countries. So, but definitely as a member of the OEC, we share the common values, and we have the common goals where we are moving together, and with our partners, with the sharing experience, we will move forward in means of the democracy.
Just a very short final thought.
I already mentioned lead by example if it comes to European Union and climate issues. So maybe Kazakhstan should be a good example for the other post-Soviet countries if it comes to business, civil rights, and so forth. Make sure that we can help as much as it gets.
Okay, thank you very much for this very interesting final thought. I know it's been a very complex and multifaceted discussion, and I'm again very sorry for those who tried to ask questions online that I couldn't see them on my screen. Now, before we wrap up, I have to tell you, was told to inform you about the fact that next session here will be with the Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, and in about 5 minutes from now. And if the room is too crowded, you can also watch it in the other room, in the Habsburg room. Again, thank you very much to our very distinguished panel, and to the audience for asking all those interesting questions. I hope we managed to shed at least some light on all these different questions. And yes, thank you very much, and maybe give them a round of applause, and to all the people joining online.
I'm Roger Hilton, Defense and Security Fellow at the GLOBSEC Policy Institute. Renowned World War I Slovak general Milan Ratislav Štefnik's life motto was guided by three principles: do believe, do work, and do love. These words are constant sources of inspirations that help guide GLOBSEC's defense and security research mandate. As the global security landscape increases in complexity and swings with perpetual change, GLOBSEC strives to engage the highest level of government policymakers and thematic experts to provide clarity and elevate public discourse. Given the unrest underscoring contemporary international security dynamics, providing a platform to discuss and debate is essential. Against this backdrop, the program is designed to address and analyze the most critical defense issues facing Central and Eastern Europe, as well as the globe, with the objective of delivering policy and predictability to an uncertain world. Now, more than ever, foresight is needed to make sense of resurgent rivalries, emerging technologies, and its bearing on the future of conflict and military doctrine, as well as the role of climate change as a driver for a diverse set of future security challenges. Consequently, like General Štefánik, GLOBSEC believes in the value of transatlantism, multilateralism, and partnerships. GLOBSEC works to help overcome security misperceptions and potential escalation. And above all else, GLOBSEC loves peace and stability. As history has confirmed, guaranteeing defense and security is a never-ending process, which is why, as the international security dynamic changes, so too does GLOBSEC's defense and security program. My colleagues and I look forward to updating you through our roster of research projects and our flagship initiatives and conferences that can be accessed across GLOBSEC's social media networks.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of The Hill. It's great to be with you for one of the major keynote sessions. I should mention that here at GLOBSEC 2020, if you haven't noticed, it's a really great sort of two-ring circus. And for those of you who are watching online, you've got lots of choices. But there are occasional moments like this one now where everyone is on us. And so we have the room, we have the folks online, I have my tablet which is working, so those of you who want to pose questions can here, and we'll try to get in as many of those as we can. Let me say a couple of words real quickly about our special guest, Secretary General Stoltenberg. It's great to see you. And I want to say just a couple of words about it because there is, of course, we know him as the former Prime Minister of Norway. He has been since October of 2014 the Secretary General of NATO. But what I find even more fun, there's a new book by Ambassador Kim Derrick, the former UK Ambassador to the United States, that comes out next week in the United States. I have an early copy called Collateral Damage. But he very generously describes Jens Stoltenberg in this book as one of the finest officials in NATO that there has been, but he's particularly good at being a Donald Trump whisperer. And I would say in this, keeping Donald Trump and America on just over the right side of the line with NATO. But NATO, of course, has 30 leaders, and so I would pose that Jens Stoltenberg is a whisperer to all 30 leaders of NATO. So, Secretary General Stoltenberg, welcome, and we look forward to some words from you, and then we'll have a conversation. Maybe we'll have a conversation. It's a great book, available on Amazon.com, advanced purchase. So we have no sound yet. I have his speech and could read it.
GLOBSEC is a highly respected and influential conference, bringing together some of the world's most innovative thinkers to discuss the world's most pressing problems. And we need fora like GLOBSEC to deepen our understanding of the evolving security challenges we all face. I remember very well in early 2014 when I was first asked about becoming the Secretary General of NATO. The world was a very different place. Since then, Russia has illegally annexed Crimea, increased its military presence on our borders, tried to interfere in our elections, and attempted to assassinate political opponents. We have seen a new level of brutality from ISIS and other terrorist groups. China has been asserting its economic, diplomatic, and military weight. We have experienced new levels of sophisticated cyber attacks, and we have seen how climate change can affect our security as a threat multiplier. So what is clear is that we need to expect the unexpected, we must be prepared, and we must continue to adapt. So at the NATO summit in 2019, NATO leaders asked me to make proposals on how we can make our strong alliance even stronger. That is what NATO 2030 is all about, to ensure our alliance remains ready to tackle any threat in the next decade and beyond. To do that, we need to make NATO stronger politically, bringing issues that affect our security to the table, regardless of how difficult or divisive they may be. NATO must also be able to take a more global approach, responding to global threats by making ourselves stronger at home, by working with like-minded partners around the world, and by defending the rules and institutions that have kept us safe and prosperous for so long. And we must ensure that NATO stays strong militarily. Because ultimately, our success as an alliance derives from our unity and from the strength of our military forces. We are building on solid foundations. Since Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and the rise of ISIS, NATO has implemented the biggest reinforcement of our collective defense in a generation. We have increased the readiness of our forces, reinforced our presence in the east of the alliance, and strengthened our ability to fight terrorism, all allies have increased defense spending. And while prioritizing defense in the middle of a health crisis is not easy, we need to stay the course, because the threats and the challenges that made us agree to spend more in the first place have not disappeared. Because the pandemic has demonstrated the vital role that our armed forces play in support of civilian efforts, and because we need to maintain our technological edge in a competitive world. Today, disruptive technologies are changing warfare as much as did the Industrial Revolution. Conflicts are increasingly defined by bytes and big data as much as by bullets and battleships. Technological dominance has always been key to NATO's success, but that dominance is now being challenged by those who do not share our values. So we must redouble our efforts and focus our investments even more on new cutting-edge capabilities. We must also ensure that allies coordinate as they develop new technologies, because never before has the issue of interoperability been more important. A ship from one NATO country can always sail next to a ship from another. But if they can't share information, if their radar and tracking systems cannot communicate, they may as well be in different oceans. Today, NATO is driving innovation across the alliance. For instance, the NATO Science and Technology Organization has a network of more than 6,000 scientists and engineers, dedicated to integrating the latest technologies, including artificial intelligence, big data, and quantum computing, into NATO and allied platforms, such as our next generation early warning aircraft and maritime autonomous vehicles for mine sweeping. As part of NATO 2030, I intend to put further proposals on the table to maintain our technological edge, to develop common principles and standards for new technologies, and to enhance cooperation between allies in areas like joint research and development. Having a strong military is fundamental to our security. But our military cannot be strong if our societies are weak. So our first line of defense must be strong societies, able to prevent, endure, adapt, and bounce back from whatever happens. In fact, resilience is in NATO's DNA. Article 3 of the Washington Treaty places a duty on all allies to become more resilient. When the treaty was written, the concern was an armed attack from the Soviet Union. Today, we face a far broader range of challenges. That is why boosting resilience is a key task for the future. We need robust infrastructure and systems, power grids, ports, airports, roads, and railways. Our deterrence and defense depend on it. For example, for large operations, around 90% of military transport relies on civilian ships, railways, and aircraft. Our digital infrastructure is also fundamental, not just to our ability to communicate, but also to our ability to operate and act together. Practically every piece of data on the internet is transmitted via a network of undersea cables. Imagine the potential damage to our security and to our daily lives if those cables were cut. Just as fundamental are safe supply lines. COVID-19 has highlighted our dramatic dependence on distant providers of face masks and other essential medical equipment. We are also reliant on a small number of providers of rare earth materials for our electronic infrastructure, from phones to satellites. So decisions on investments, on supply chains, and on ownership are not only economic or financial decisions. They are critical to our security. That is why we have strengthened our resilience guidelines for telecommunications, including 5G, encouraging NATO allies to conduct thorough assessments so they use secure and reliable providers. We need to do more. We need to do a better job of balancing our commercial interests with our security interests. That is not easy. But as an alliance of 30 countries with almost 1 billion people and half the world's GDP, NATO is the platform to have these conversations. As part of NATO 2030, I want to see how we can strengthen and broaden our commitment to resilience. We should use NATO more to hold each other accountable on issues that affect our shared security. We should consider how we can map, monitor, and share more information on foreign investment in our critical infrastructure, companies, and technologies, so we can identify gaps in our resilience and act if the activities of a foreign power risk affecting our security. And we should agree common principles on whether to export technologies that we rely on for our security, and how to establish secure lines of supply chains for essential goods and services. To enhance our resilience, we also have to work with other like-minded countries, and of course with the European Union. Our alliance faces many significant challenges. Whatever the challenge, one thing is clear: we have to face them together. By staying strong militarily, being stronger politically, and by taking a more global approach, now and in 2030 and in the decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General, and I'm hoping you can hear me. Can you wave if you can hear me?
I can hear you now.
Excellent, great. We're very happy to have that. I'm also going to ask my GLOBSEC team to come over and get this fixed back so I can look at the many questions from around the world that are trying to come in, because it is on the wrong page, so come fix this for me. Mr. Secretary General, let me ask you, many institutions, whether it's NATO or any other large institution, tend mostly to be driven by inertia, meaning they do tomorrow pretty much what they did yesterday. When you're at a moment like this, where there have been so many fundamental challenges in the world, is it time to give NATO a reset? Is it time to think through a new strategic concept? What are your thoughts on that front?
My thought is that the existing strategic concept, which we agreed in 2010, has served NATO well. And it has actually served us well for many years. And we have also seen over the last year that the strategic concept we already have has not prevented us from adapting, changing NATO. Having said that, I think we all have to realize that since we agreed the strategic concept back in 2010, the world has fundamentally changed. We see a much more assertive Russia than we did in 2010, with the illegal annexation of Crimea, destabilizing eastern Ukraine, and military build-up. We see a new, more brutal form of terrorism, more instability to the south of our alliance, Middle East, North Africa. And we see, of course, a fundamental shift in the global balance of power with the rise of China, and we see the development of new disruptive technologies which affect our security. So I believe the time has come to take all of this into account. The time has come to develop a new strategic concept for NATO, a new blueprint for how NATO can adapt and respond to a changing security environment. And I expect, therefore, also that the part of the NATO 2030, as part of that process, there will also be an issue that will be discussed among allies related to the need for a new strategic concept to make sure that what makes NATO the most successful alliance in history, the ability that we have been able to change and adapt when the world is changing, that we continue to change, and one part of that will then be a new strategic concept.
So this is high on your priority list, and you will roll out a call for a new strategic concept?
So I have said that the time has come to revise the strategic concept because the world has so fundamentally changed since 2010. And the key to NATO's success is that we change when the world is changing. And one way of making sure that we have a common understanding, a common way to recognize and to see the threats and the challenges we face as 30 allies is by developing a new strategic concept.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I don't think you could hear me before, but I was reading from a book that's about to come out next week in my introduction of you. It's written by former ambassador from the United Kingdom, the United States, Kim Derrick. And he says in this that NATO summits would become perilous exercises in managing the American president. But the NATO Secretary General, the Norwegian Jens Stoltenberg, became a master Trump whisperer, always managing to keep the president just about on board. I was thinking about this as I was looking at your travels to Turkey recently, to Greece, to many other countries, and wondering if you're a whisperer for just about every leader of the members in NATO. And as you look at the tensions now between Greece and Turkey and their leaders, have you been able to keep them on the right side of the line with each other? How is that going? What can you share about your trip?
I visited Turkey and Greece this week on Monday and Tuesday, and both Turkey and Greece are valued allies, contributing to our collective defense, to our shared security in different ways. But at the same time, of course, I see what everyone else sees, and that was also one of the reasons I went to the two allied countries, Greece and Turkey, is that there are some serious differences on issues like, for instance, the Eastern Mediterranean, on issues like the Turkish decision to acquire the Russian missile defense system S-400, and of course also related to issues or the conflicts in Syria, Libya, and elsewhere. And I strongly believe that the only way to address these differences is to sit down, discuss, and try to find ways forward together. And therefore I welcome also the fact that after we saw some increase in tensions and also increased military presence with the naval capabilities, ships, but also planes in Eastern Med deployed by allies, Turkey and Greece, we have seen some reduction in tensions over the last weeks. And also at NATO, we have been able to bring Greece and Turkey together. And we have now established what we call a military deconfliction mechanism to reduce the risks for incidents and accidents, and if they happen, to make sure that they don't spiral out of control. And one part of that is also that we have now put in place a new hotline between Greece and Turkey, and a commitment by both allies to use it whenever needed. And we also have the chairman of the NATO Military Committee has already communicated with the CHODs, the Chiefs of Defense in Greece and Turkey, to make sure that these lines of communications, that this mechanism is in place, because we need to avoid incidents, accidents between allies in the Eastern Med. So this is one example of how we work together in NATO to try to reduce tensions and in this specific case, deconflict when we see differences between allies.
Well, thank you. Well, Mr. Secretary General, I'm going to give you a chance to sit down, and I'm going to read a long question from our audience, which is abroad, to give you a chance to move to your chair. This question is from Valentina Gavorgian, It says, I'm an Armenian researcher in political science, and as a former participant of GLOBSEC conferences, great to have this opportunity to submit a question. I salute the title of the conference, Let's Heal the World Together, which resonates perfectly with the need to stop the war happening right now, as you speak, a war imposed on Armenia by Azerbaijan and backed by Turkey. And I know there's a lot of different views on that subject. How do we heal a part of the world, in this case, South Caucasus, which is targeted by one of NATO members, Turkey, practicing with its imperialist neo-Ottoman fantasies, practicing terrorism for that aim? I'm reading this just as it is. How NATO can tame its member if it is involved in terrorism, etc. So the question is, will the need to address terrorism prevail over former mandates and political states of international organizations? So this was a question to go directly at the issue of Azerbaijan and Armenia today, and what you think the framing of that should be.
Of course, during my visit to Ankara this week, we discussed and addressed many issues, and some of them are issues where we see differences between NATO allies. And one of the issues we, of course, addressed was the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh and in Nagorno-Karabakh and around Nagorno-Karabakh. And I expressed my deep concern about the escalation of hostilities, the fighting, the increasing number of casualties, including civilian casualties. And therefore, my message was in Ankara, in Athens, and it's today in Brussels, that all parties involved need to cease fighting immediately. We need a ceasefire, and we need a political process to find a political, peaceful, negotiated solution. And I strongly believe that, because the only way to find a peaceful solution is through negotiations. There's no military solution to the conflict, and therefore we support all efforts to now reach a ceasefire and to initiate talks.
Thank you. And we have this gentleman right here in the center of the room. We've got a boom mic coming over to you. If you'll stand, tell who you are, and really fast. That was a long question because we needed it, but I want a really short question from you.
And I'm Moody's Analytics. My question is, in opposite to conventional weapons, by what share would you agree that the data is actual weapon of 21st century? Thank you.
Did you hear that, Mr. Secretary General?
Yes, but I didn't fully understand the question, to be honest.
So can you rephrase that question a little more slowly, because I couldn't even hear it. So
in opposite to conventional weapons, by what share do you agree that the data is the actual weapon of the 21st century?
Okay, a very interesting question. The question is, as a foil to conventional weapons, is it data? And I'm going to piggyback on it. Is it data? Is it 5G? Is it this broad arena of data that is the true weapon of the 21st century? Mr. Secretary General.
It's both. Of course, conventional weapons will still be with us and will still be important. And we see, for instance, now many countries investing both in conventional capabilities, but we see also more countries investing in new modern nuclear capabilities. So these are weapons who have been there for decades, and they will still be a challenge in the future. But at the same time, all challenges related to cyber, data, telecommunications is becoming more and more important for our security. One issue we face is that in the past it was very much the military industry that were drivers of technological change. Now it's more and more the civilian sector that is driving technological change. And therefore, we need also to work together with industry when we look into how can we make sure that we find the right ways to apply and use these technologies within or on military platforms, but also how we can make sure that we have a resilient infrastructure. And resilience was one of my main messages in my speech. It is one of the main challenges we face as an alliance, because without a resilient infrastructure, being it telecommunications, 5G, but also many other types of infrastructure, internet, undersea cables, our societies will be vulnerable, but also our military capabilities will be vulnerable. NATO has already done a lot to strengthen our cyber defenses. We have revised our the resilience guidelines, which applies for all allies. But a part of NATO 2030, when we look to the future, will be how can we further strengthen the work on the resilience within our alliance, because that becomes just more and more important for our security.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, we have a question from Mauricio in Mexico.
Hello, I am Mauricio Mechulam from the Mexico Research Center for Peace. Mr. Stoltenberg, you said that in 2014 the world was very different from now, and it is. Now, the question is, in comparison to 2014, how do you assess the likelihood of an armed conflict or an armed escalation with Russia or China at the moment?
Thank you.
We don't see any imminent threat for any military confrontation or attack against any NATO allied country. But we see some trends, we see some challenges which are disturbing and which we have to relate to and respond to. One is a more assertive Russia. Russia has illegally annexed a part of another country, Crimea. They continue to conduct and implement a significant military buildup along our borders from the Barents Sea, the high north, all the way to the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and out in the Mediterranean. We see them in Syria, we see them in Libya. And Russia is heavily investing in new modern nuclear capabilities, including more sophisticated weapon systems like hypersonic weapons. Of course, this is something which we need to relate to, which is affecting our security as NATO allies. Then we see cyber attacks, we see terrorist attacks, we see a more unpredictable world, so we need to be prepared for surprises. And then the rise of China, you know, NATO historically has addressed the Soviet Union. That was in a way the historical reason why NATO was established. But when the world changed, we were able to change. And the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. But until recently, NATO didn't address and didn't, in a way, respond to the rise of China at all, because we regard that something beyond our agenda, our responsibility. But what we see now is that the rise of China has direct implications for our security, and therefore, for the first time in NATO's history, NATO's heads of state and government decided at the London summit in December last year, less than a year ago, that we need now to, as an alliance, as 30 allies, also address the opportunities, but also the challenges related to the rise of China. So we don't see any imminent threats. We don't regard China as an enemy or an adversary. But of course, when they now have soon the biggest economy in the world, they have the second largest defense budget. China is investing heavily in new missiles, nuclear weapons, artificial intelligence, disruptive technologies. This has implications for us, and that's the reason why I welcome the fact that allies have agreed that we now also need, in a way, to take that into account when we adapt to NATO.
We're getting close to the end of our time, Mr. Secretary General, and I want to kind of build on that last question and ask you to go a little bit deeper on the issue of Huawei, the pressures on 5G system, structural communications within countries that have really dual-use purposes, both national security but also private sector, and whether or not if we see a world of a splinter net, if we see a division in standards over the future of communications, and we see the growing middle class in Asia increasingly within that China orbit of the Belt and Road Initiative, but we see others that are resisting that. Are you worried that the world that you're sort of trying to bring together is eventually going to fall behind, and there will be serious national security risks in this debate over Huawei and whether it should have a place in national infrastructure or not?
So the discussion about Huawei is only one part of a bigger discussion about technology. And as I stated very clearly in my introduction, resilience, technology, infrastructure has always been important, but is now becoming even more important for our security. And therefore, we need to develop some kind of common approach, because this affects all of us, and when we act together we are much stronger, and we need a minimum of coordination. When it comes to, for instance, to what extent do we protect our own technologies? To what extent do we put common standards when it comes to foreign ownership, foreign control over infrastructure, including telecommunications? We have seen allies already starting to do that. We have already put in place or agreed a set of what we call resilience guidelines in 7 specific areas, from airports, healthcare, to telecommunication and other areas. But there is a potential and a need to do more to strengthen the way we approach this challenge together as 30 allies. But more fundamentally, I think we have to understand the following, and that is that if we are concerned about technological change, if you are concerned about the size of China, their economy, their leadership in some technological areas, then it makes it even more important for NATO allies to stand together. Because together we represent 50% of the world's GDP, close to 1 million people, and we are leading in many areas when it comes to new disruptive technologies. So by standing together, we are strong militarily, but we are also able to coordinate, to work together, to address all the challenges we see emanating from new disruptive technologies, like, for instance, the development of 5G.
And one last question from our audience. It wasn't too long ago that President Macron expressed concerns about NATO and its solvency. Other leaders have as well. What is the gap right now between NATO and EU defense and security? Is that coming together, or is that gap widening? Briefly, if you will.
NATO and EU, we work more closely together now than I think we have ever done before. And when I came to NATO in 2014, one of my main tasks, one of my main goals was to strengthen the cooperation between the European Union and NATO. And I am proud that we have been able to do that together with the leadership, with the EU and NATO. We have agreed 74 specific areas where EU and NATO works together. We have lifted NATO-EU cooperation up to an unprecedented level, a level we haven't seen before. And I think this is of great importance both for the European Union and for NATO. I also welcome EU efforts on defense, because I think that will strengthen Europe, it will strengthen the European Union, it will strengthen NATO when European allies invest more in defense, strengthen their defense industries, develop new capabilities. That's good for Europe, NATO, all of us. But EU cannot replace NATO. So EU has to complement the efforts of NATO, because EU can simply not replace NATO, partly because 80% of NATO's defense expenditure comes from non-EU allies. Around 60% of the people living in NATO and 60% of the GDP in NATO comes from non-EU allies. So there is no way EU can replace NATO, but EU can help to strengthen our joint efforts and help to strengthen what we do together in North America and Europe. And any attempt to try to divide Europe from North America will not only weaken NATO, but it will also divide Europe. So we need to work together as Europe, as NATO. That's the only way we can stand together and meet all the challenges we see in the future. Let me just end on this, that we live in a more unpredictable time. We live with more uncertainty, and we need to be prepared for surprises, as we have seen before. In uncertain times, we need strong international institutions. Therefore, I believe in the European Union. I've been advocating for Norwegian membership in the European Union unsuccessfully as a Norwegian politician before. But I also, of course, believe in cooperation between the European Union and NATO, and I believe in a strong NATO. And it's good to see that despite differences, we have been able to strengthen NATO and strengthen the way we work together with the European Union.
Well, thank you. Well, before we thank the Secretary General, I want to tell everyone in this room that in 20 minutes, we're going to continue this conversation with 3 defense ministers talking about NATO in the Habsburg room, where we'll be discussing hybrid threats to democracy. Between then, you can have COVID-safe refreshments. But with that, I really want to thank Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg for sharing his candid thoughts with us today. An excellent survey. We look forward to that new process around the strategic concept. And thank you for outlining the threats that you see that should be the collective priority of NATO. Thank you very, very much. Big round of applause.
I'm Victor Such, the project manager and researcher in the National Security Program at GLOBSEC. We dedicate ourselves to issues of terrorism, radicalism, intelligence, and other security-related matters. Currently, we are mapping the presence of the Muslim Brotherhood in Central and Eastern Europe. We feel the topic of political Islam deserves attention as the next frontier of countering extremism. We're also bringing private and public stakeholders together to fight terrorism financing in the same region. To accomplish this, we have chosen a practical way of workshops and trainings for the financial intelligence units. At the same time, we're working hard to bring all pertinent actors from the wider security domain to discuss their views at the GLOBSEC Forum in October. There are plenty of outputs to come, so don't miss out on them by subscribing to our social media channels.
Hello, folks. We present our Workspace as a Service strategy. Everybody knows it. We work in vastly different ways than we did only a few years ago. That's why we reinvented the office-to-office experience. With more than a quarter of a century's experience in real estate, we believe some things have to change if a workspace is to properly serve its users. We took workspace design beyond the borders of the physical space, and our strategy brings 5 core elements to make you productive and happy. Want to know what they are? We're interested in user experience, your well-being and productivity, or simply you. Our Space Experience Toolkit helps us by working with aspects of BREEAM and WELL certifications. Symbiocy, a workspace solution using data and our knowledge to create healthy, collaborative and productive spaces. Do you want more? Enjoy our offer of diverse services like bike sharing, community events and concierge, delivering more value to you and your company. Just more. Freelancers and startups, your attention please. HubHub is for you. Co-working spaces encouraging collaboration and creativity by bringing startups and corporations together under one roof. Are you looking for much flexibility? Cubes are flexible workspaces with all-inclusive services that are simple to scale and expand anytime. Project teams and SMEs welcome. Why are we doing this and why is it important? Because just as your home isn't just your flat, work isn't just an office. Our strategy, Workspace as a Service, is a way to create a healthy and productive work environment ready to serve generations to come. We're an international workspace provider and city-forming property developer operating in 6 European markets with 800 professionals. And in all countries, we're excited to introduce our well-being approach by creating new business districts that are not only lively places for people to work, but great places for people to be.
Well, facial recognition can be a tool that can be helpful to law enforcement, but it can also be very significant as an invasion of privacy. If you use facial recognition, for example, to run against video or photographs of people who've done something wrong, that can be a useful law enforcement tool. But if you're using it to surveil what everybody does, every place in the public, at every minute, in order to create a large database of everybody's behavior, it can become a very significant instrument in eliminating privacy and in enhancing a totalitarian surveillance state.
What does it take to escape a bullet? Maybe the thrust of 1 million horsepower, combined with the precision of a laser. Or the light-footedness of a hunting predator. But why race a race at all, when you already have all it takes to win? The power from within. Visible agility, invisible armor. That's all it takes. The BMW X5 Protection VR6. Power from within.
So I think democracies today are facing threats both externally and internally. One of the most important things we can do to protect our elections against hybrid threats is actually to close off the vulnerabilities within our own societies, to address many of the divisions that are being exploited by others. But we also need to understand how to build up better defenses and how to deter this kind of activity. So when we talk about things like disinformation, I think it's really important that the public sector and the private sector, the governments and the tech companies come together to be able to identify and root out the kind of malicious and manipulative behavior that we see happening online. But I also think it's really important that we do things like media literacy and reminding our citizens why democracy really matters. We also need to do things like hardening our election systems, making sure that they aren't vulnerable to cyber attacks. And we need to raise the costs on the foreign actors that are engaging in these kinds of interference activities, doing things like sanctions as appropriate, making public attribution when there are cyber attacks on our election systems. I think our governments need to update how we work internally. A lot of these tactics take advantage of seams within our own government. They're non-traditional threats and we're not used to dealing with them. So we need to update our systems and our structures in order to be able to deal with them. And I also think it's incredibly important that democracies come together to learn from one another about both the shared threats that we're facing and the lessons that we can learn from one another about what works in response. I think that standing together as democracies and approaching this as a multilateral issue is going to be one of the most important things we can do in the face of these threats from authoritarian regimes that are trying to undermine our democracy. At the end of the day, the attack is on the democratic institutions, on people's trust in them, and our faith in the system. And I think that we need to fortify democracy from within in order to make it more resistant to attack from without.
GLOBSEC Tatra Summit drives discussions that shape the future of Europe.
Uncertainty. You have Brexit, you have the trade wars.
The climate change has become the part of financial risk.
Making Europe green, making Europe strong, and keep Europe united. You can translate this into climate, competitiveness, and cohesion.
But if we talk about carbon-free future, I think none of us want to go back 100 years. So what we need is innovation and technology.
It's absolutely necessary today and now to talk about carbon neutrality in a way which preserves competitiveness of European industry.
You need incredibly strong, long-term thinking politicians who realize that if we don't start today, we will lose out completely.
Europe has to become more assertive and more sovereign. Europe has to give up expecting others to solve its problems.
Take on your shoulders the responsibility not only for yourself and for your interests, but also for Europe as a whole.
Representatives of business and trade have a role to play.
We have to save the industry in Europe. We have to help them in this transition.
You've managed to bring together a very high caliber group of people. So we've had very stimulating, intelligent conversations.
It's a very intimate conference, and this was a place where you really could have a conversation. The Tatra Summit is definitely the leading forum, especially from the point of view of content and deeper understanding of the issues of competitiveness of Europe.
What I find very nice is to have here regional aspects, but the whole thing embedded in a pro-European context.
I work a bit in the European bubble in a way, so it's very interesting to see the different perspectives from professionals coming from the region.
Let's start here in this region, at least. Let's do something.
Today, a car remains parked for 92% of its lifetime. Offices and workplaces are used less than 50% of their good time. more than 30% of food production is wasted along the supply chain. We can foresee a future where by 2050, global population will grow by more than 2 billion. And in the oceans, there will be more plastic than fish by volume. We need to redesign existing products and industrial ecosystems, switching to an alternative model that decouples economic development from the exploitation of finite natural resources. Today, thanks to the activities of our Innovation Centre, we are ready to meet the challenges of circular economy, which is a new paradigm for economic and social development, restorative and regenerative by design. Since 2015, we're the only financial services global partner of the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, the most relevant player promoting the transition towards the circular economy. We're exploring new business applications in collaboration with our partners. Finance plays a key role in supporting investments for the transformation of current linear business models into circular ones by rethinking the approach to risk and value creation. That's why a circular economy for us is a matter of strategic innovation, not just sustainability. This is an amazing collective journey. Welcome on board.
My name is Dominika Hajdu, and I'm a Program Manager and Research Fellow at the Democracy and Resilience Program in GLOBSEC. What would you say is the impact of new technology on democracy? Are free and fair elections under attack? And how profitable it is to spread disinformation online? In our team, we try to find responses to these questions by analyzing data and trends behind information operations and hybrid threats, by assessing how new technologies impact the way our system and information environment function, and by identifying solutions. To give you a clear idea, we monitor online information space prior to the elections, we analyze state vulnerabilities to hybrid threats, and work with civil servants to cover these gaps, or within our latest initiative, the Alliance for Healthy Infosphere, we examine how to make social media more just and transparent for everyone. But then, we also focus on how all these attempts to undermine our democracies actually impact the societies. By conducting a series of opinion polls and focus groups, we are able to monitor trends in public attitudes towards key issues that shape the societies, including the support for EU and NATO membership, the perception of media, or satisfaction with democracy. Based on all this research, which was quoted, for example, by the US Senate, the French government, but also in major international media such as Foreign Policy or the New York Times, we provide recommendations to a range of stakeholders on both sides of the Atlantic. But we also try to make a difference on the ground. By partnering with other think tanks, universities, public institutions, or media, we created 2 online courses on disinformation. We develop manuals on strategic communication. We provide trainings for public officials or NGOs. We even engage YouTubers in a campaign focusing on young people. With all these activities, we generate new ideas, provide creative solutions, and engage relevant stakeholders to drive positive change towards more resilient democracies in this dynamic and digital age. To find out more, follow our debates, our social media, and visit our website globsec.org.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sylvie Kaufmann. I'm a journalist with Le Monde, the French newspaper, and I want to have the privilege to moderate this panel. And I will start by commending the organizers and the sponsors of this GLOBSEC, because I think it is, they took a very bold decision to organize this meeting in such circumstances. So thank you for this, what we call in French, audace. There's another word I'm going to utter, and it's hybrid. Hybrid is very much the catchword now, as NATO has been learning to fight hybrid warfare. And we are learning to handle hybrid conferences. So it has been going on pretty well so far, but bear with me if we have any problems, but I'm being optimistic. Precisely today, we are going to discuss a compass of stability, NATO's ageless utility, or not. And I have, for this discussion with me, physically present in person, which is a luxury, Minister Jaroslav Nať, who is Minister of Defense of the Slovak Republic, and in Riga, via video link, Mr. Artis Pabriks, who is Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense for the Republic of Latvia. And across the Atlantic, Harjit Singh Sejan, who is Minister of National Defense of Canada. So welcome to all of you. I'm really happy to have the three of you kind of united. And the way we're going to proceed for this panel is very much similar to the previous ones. I'm going to moderate the discussion between the three of you for the first part of this session, and then we'll open the floor to the questions from the audience, so both the audience here in Bratislava. I think you will just have to raise your hands. And I will give you the floor, and you will introduce yourself and specify who your question is addressed to. And the audience online, wherever you are around the world, you are also welcome to ask your questions. So I'm going to start with you, Minister Nať. Among the many challenges that NATO faces, how do you assess the risk posed by the pandemic? In Slovakia, you've been going through various stages. It started quite well, but also as a member of NATO, how have you gone through this situation, and how do you see the risk itself it poses?
Thank you, Sylvia, and I'd like to start first with sending warm greetings to my fellow colleagues, ministers. Good to see you both. With Minister Pabriks, we met last week during a separate conference, right, on cyber issues. So it's twice within 2 weeks. Good to see you. And second, I'd like to congratulate to the organizers of this outstanding event. It's really difficult to organize under such circumstances this excellent conference. And I'm not saying this only because I'm the former team member of GLOBSEC, but obviously this is something extraordinary, and I'd like to say that I congratulate them and I cross my fingers for the whole conference to survive these difficult times.
You started very early this morning. I understand you had a cabinet meeting at 6 a.m.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was the first cabinet meeting actually, starting from 6 a.m., which is unique, but it looks like there might be a tendency for continuation.
Good.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, on the topic. Obviously, pandemic situation in Slovakia had two stages. The first one was quite well managed. We were among the best countries, at least in the European Union, but I think worldwide, in terms of casualties and in terms of sickness of population. But now, yes, we have even today, I think, almost 900 sick people, which is the record, all-time record in Slovakia. Armed forces were involved from the very beginning, really having deployed in some days almost 1,500 soldiers with different tasks, helping as military doctors, trying to help police on borders, trying to help in Roma communities, trying to help hygiene specialists, and obviously helping the whole infrastructure with supply management, really for medicine, for various important measures we have taken during the first wave of pandemic, but also in the second wave, starting to be more and more involved. This worked very well, and it helped us. Also in terms of, I would say, public communication, how important armed forces are in the domestic crisis management. It was something new also for people. They were kind of used to see our soldiers being deployed to Afghanistan, to Iraq, to various operations under EU, UN, NATO umbrella. But now they really saw our soldiers being deployed for domestic crisis management. It was very important also in terms of communication with the members of cabinet, with the Prime Minister. He saw personally how important soldiers are, how important armed forces are for various regions, not only for deployments to operations. And yes, it was very good also for NATO, for Alliance, because Alliance had a chance to, I would say, show to people, also general public, but also specialists, defense specialists, that the alliance is also important in terms of cooperation and collaboration, I would say, with allies in pandemic issues. And we in Slovakia, for example, we used Salis for transportation of goods from China. We used also this donation of critical equipment solution, received some assistance from the United States and helped Montenegro. So yes, I think that we were able to show to people that there is no real alternative, especially for small countries like Slovakia is, but NATO, and NATO has proven its, I would say, raison d'être, really for many specialists, experts, but also for general public in Slovakia.
Minister Pabriks, I will turn to you now. Is it your experience also that was a positive opportunity, if I may say, for NATO? We heard several times Secretary General Stoltenberg talking about the vulnerability of supply chains that was shown by this crisis also. How do you see this from where you sit?
Well, I try to be optimist despite of coming from the Northern Europe. And in that respect, I try to catch something apart of COVID-19, what is positive in all this. And if I have to analyze now the situation, I would say that this is something like a live exercise for our military and our interoperability with other facets of society. And in our Latvian case, it went very much along with our recently, before COVID-19 started, adopted plan to introduce in Latvia so-called comprehensive defense system, which in few words means a very good correlation and cooperation between military, between free business and entrepreneurship, and then between civil society, NGOs, and all other state and municipal institutions. So before COVID-19 started, we already initiated such type of exercises, and now, when infection was around, we could really look check what is our resilience of society, what is logistics, as you mentioned, and what is the discipline of society, and what kind of other challenges we can see during the pandemic, which is distracting our attention. So it's some kind of trying to keep your capabilities and the awareness, because all other challenges what we were facing, they were not abolished, just like other diseases are not abolished because of COVID-19. So how can we interact in a more difficult environment? Let's put it like this. And logistics, of course, have been one of the hardest parts which have been immediately hit, because before that we were living in our dream world, which is called global world, where we always could look for some cheaper production somewhere else in the world, and we were speaking about the global village where, you know, everything travels, people travel, goods travel, etc. When pandemic was hitting European continent, we suddenly figured out that even the free movement of goods suddenly, which is one of the fundamentals of European Union, is not anymore functioning 100%, because suddenly countries were finding out that they don't have enough face masks, they don't have enough gloves, they don't have not enough disinfection materials, and they were trying to save these things for themselves, first of all. So it happens something like in a plane, when you read in manual, if oxygen is dropping, you first help yourself, and then you try to help your kid or a nearby stander or sitter. So logistics, of course, was a problem. What was our response? Our response was that we immediately initiated in our country the questionnaire for all state institutions. What are those crucial material reserves we need in different types of crises, with particular attention to COVID-19? Now, at this moment, I can report you that in this case, our Ministry of Defense was responsible for purchasing, distributing, and guarding, or logistically putting in warehouses all this equipment. We have almost 3 months reserve for all the necessary things against COVID-19. And we also have been relatively fast starting a production in a country, thanks to the private business, for a number of the things we were importing previously from China or some other countries. So that's just one example. I also would say, last but not least, that it was a very good checkup for the discipline in our society, because as you know, Baltic countries in spring and summer were much more successful than many others. More successful than ourselves at this moment, because now we have this second wave also here. But I would say this is because our society was listening to experts. We, government, as well, were listening to the experts, to doctors, and that basically allowed us for a few months to create this so-called Baltic bubble with almost no disease around. So life was going on almost as usual. Military was practically not infected. Our EFP group, including our friends from Canada and Slovakia, were staying safe and are still safe.
Yes.
I think it was a very good learning ground. Unfortunately, this is not over. People are looking forward to end this exercise, but I think the end is still not here.
Thank you, but you have already learned some important lessons. So, Minister Sejan, I will turn to you now. How, in your view, should the Alliance and NATO adapt to this new situation? Secretary General Stoltenberg earlier talked about the uncertainty, and this is very much something we all have now in our mind, that we are living in an age of uncertainty. I understand that the military don't particularly like uncertainty, but they have to adapt to it. So how do you ensure collective defense while preparing for uncertainty? How do you see it yourself?
First of all, I just want to pass on my personal thanks to you for moderating, and to my two colleagues who, unfortunately, we can't meet in person, but it's great to be able to talk to you virtually. This uncertainty is something that no one wishes for, but I think 2020 has definitely thrown uncertainty at us in a significant way. And what this has resulted in is allowing us to take a look at the decisions that we made in the past, and are we moving forward enough to have that ability to respond. So for example, at NATO, and it's a great example of what NATO has already been doing, are we asking the questions, are we fit for purpose, making the appropriate changes, having our defense and deterrence posture, are we investing in the right capabilities? And so because of this conversation that we've been having for years now, with this uncertainty of COVID that has been brought before us, it had allowed us to be able to respond. So for example, I think having a great unity, we were able to look at, if you look at where COVID has gone, it's gone from when you knew which nations were getting it and who was about to get it. So staying in touch with some of our partners in Italy and Spain and many other NATO allies, in Canada, we were able to learn about what was happening, what type of response should we in the military take. So it really informed my thought process on how the military should be responding based on the discussions. So we were able to then set up in Canada an appropriate response. We had over 24,000 troops on standby. Fortunately, we didn't have to use all of it for response. We also have to be mindful that it's not just COVID we have to be ready for. We have to look at all the other security challenges that we face around the world, making sure that our missions continue, and they did. But also we have to respond to domestic challenges, from climate change, floods and fires, of which we had in Canada. Unfortunately, this year, we didn't have that significance. So this uncertainty, as much as we don't like it, is a reality. So it's a demonstration, as my colleagues already mentioned. We have to take a look at what type of resiliency do we have in our own countries. And when you have that resiliency inside your own nations, then you're able to respond better for the collective good. And that's what NATO is about. Had a discussion with the NATO Secretary General of what type of role that could NATO play in supporting other nations, because we do have a responsibility to support other nations, especially nations that have that capability. So Canada participating in providing logistical support in Africa and also in Central and South America. And that's what we will continue to do, is look at where we're at, learn from one another, and look at what capabilities do we need to develop further. And I think COVID has really reminded us of this. So even in this uncertainty, as much as we don't like it, is a great opportunity for us to make sure that we have that resiliency inside our own nations, but also collectively in NATO, to demonstrate that resiliency together as well.
Well, thank you very much. That's a very good way of a very good transition to the next point. I would like to talk about NATO itself now. Steve Clements earlier asked if we needed a NATO reset, but you know, NATO is working on this NATO to 2030 reflection group, and we should have its report in the coming months, I think. What is for you the biggest issue that this NATO of the future will have to tackle? Is it building more resilience? Is it, being resuscitated after being brain dead, as somebody said? Will it be climate change? Will it be Russia? What is according? How do you see it yourself?
Absolutely, it's a combination of all factors that we have mentioned. Actually, there was a very good discussion with the NATO Secretary General just before our session, and he already mentioned his view on a need for a new strategic concept. And I absolutely agree with him. This discussion on about NATO 2030 is important as a step before discussion, a real discussion on the strategy concept. And in this strategy concept, we need to cover all issues that you have mentioned, including climate change, including Russia, China. On one hand, the readiness of NATO allies, of NATO itself. On the other hand, resilience. While talking about readiness, yes, all of us, and Jens Stoltenberg mentioned that, all of us, we are spending more. Also in Slovakia, we're almost hitting 1.9% of GDP for defense this year. And we're spending more, but it's also about spending better. We need to focus on capability targets. And capability targets are changing under these circumstances, including domestic crisis management capabilities. But while talking about, I would say, standard military capabilities that we need to focus on, yes, we are now focusing on heavy mechanized brigade in Slovakia, investing a lot of money in years to come for this capability. But it doesn't mean that we will not invest to other areas as well. We are working now on the new Slovak security strategy and defense strategy. And I'm almost sure, absolutely sure, that both of these documents will cover also pandemic situation. But they will cover also cybersecurity more than previously. They will cover more issues like propaganda, disinformation. We are on the eastern flank, and we, on a daily basis, are facing these kind of threats. So, I think Secretary General said that we should make sure that the health crisis does not become a security crisis. And it has many ways how to cover this his sentence. One of them is that, yes, we should focus on pandemic, for sure. And it is a daily business for us also in government. But for sure, we shouldn't forget what's the main reason of NATO and what's the main threat that we need to face.
Minister Pabriks, what is your priority? Is it still Russia? Were you surprised when President Macron said that NATO was brain dead? Did you understand it? Did you understand what he meant? And what do you think the response? Do you think there has been a response to this concern?
Russia never has been our priority. Our priority was European Union and NATO, but the life is so that Russia is our neighbor. And as far as the security concerns, our priority is, first of all, to guarantee our country's independence, democracy and freedoms, which have been attacked several times in the 20th century from the Russian side. And that, of course, puts us in a little bit of a difficult situation because we don't see the end of the light, the light at the end of the tunnel. And that means that our requirements to EU and NATO is to have a strong solidarity and not to fall into the trap of division, which is frequently used by our Russian neighbors, either bilaterally with different EU nations, or using cyber attacks, using strategic communication, using energy policy, etc., etc. As far as France's President Macron, well, I don't think that that was a proper description of NATO, speaking about brain dead. But we had a very nice and interesting visit of French President just last week here in Latvia, including also our counterparts from the Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we were asking a lot of questions. We have a lot of common things from Macron's ideas how we should reform European Union, not so much about NATO. One thing we are still kind of not grasping fully, which is about the so-called strategic dialogue with Russia, because here in the Baltics and in Latvia, of course, we would like to talk with anybody, but in order to talk, you need a mutual trust, and you need to know what exactly you want to gain from this talk. And we do not want to, let's say, be a losers in these negotiations. We do not want to engage into the small talk just because of the small talk. And if this talk is organized as far as a dinner, knowing our bitter experience in 1939, 1940, and etc., this time we abstain to pay the bill. So that should be covered by somebody else and not on our national expense. So we have a lot of other priorities. Unfortunately, the Russian issue is also on our neck because we consider ourselves to be quite an expert of this, just like we were warning about events in Belarus already for 2 years. It happens. And now I can tell that what I'm concerned, that the infection, of, if I may say so, of Belarusian democracy movement might infect also Russian public in Russia. And this is then what is worrying us, because if it happens, it might also challenge our borders. And we want to be, if I may say so, deadly sure that nobody is willing to cross the NATO and EU border, which happens to be also Latvian border.
Thank you very much. Minister Sejan, before I turn to the questions, in less than a month's time, there's going to be a very important election in your neighborhood, just south of your border. How do you think the result will affect NATO? How important is it to the future of NATO?
I think regardless of the result of the election, I think what you'll see is a very strong Atlantic bond. NATO has played a very important role, and I had the privilege of working with many secretaries of defense, starting with Ash Carter under the Obama administration, and then Jim Mattis and Mr. Shanahan, and now Mark Esper, and all have demonstrated a very strong message of unity when it comes to NATO. So I think regardless of the election, there always will be a strong support for NATO. But that does not mean we're not going to have difficult conversations, and we should. The work that Secretary General is currently doing is about making sure that NATO is always fit for purpose. So this is what good colleagues do when you have many nations have come together for the collective good of their own nations. You need to have difficult conversations and evolve the organizations. And any organization that does not evolve, does not innovate, becomes stagnant and does not remain relevant. And so I always look at when we're able to look at yourself critically as a positive step. So we will have, I think, these conversations. There's many conversations from the 5 years that I've been defense minister and seeing the evolution at NATO. The Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group was one perfect example of how NATO can respond to a threat. From the time that a decision that we made, the leaders made, to going to fully operational capability, within 1 year was quite something. The naval presence that we have with our new task forces in the north and the Mediterranean is a great example. The air policing with NATO that we do collectively is another example of that. The command structure that's changing, the investments that we're making as every nation and how it supports collectively to NATO, the cyber work that is ongoing. A lot of great work is happening because we had tough conversations on this. And so I look forward to the results of the U.S. election, and we look forward to working with the administration that the U.S. citizens select.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Maybe I should mention an elephant in the room, which is Turkey. Turkey is, of course, a member of NATO and a very important one. It is more and more involved in regional conflicts, often at odds with fellow NATO members. Minister Nagy, I know that the East Mediterranean is far away from Bratislava or from Riga, or from Ottawa, of course. But the Caucasus is closer to you. Nagorno-Karabakh is closer to this region. Does this make you uncomfortable?
Of course it does. And both of these, I would say, situation, both between Turkey and Greece and in Nagorno-Karabakh, both of these situations, I think, make all of us nervous, cautious. We'd like to see a very calm and peaceful situation in both of these areas, and I believe that also the recent visit of NATO Secretary General in Greece and Turkey, I believe, helped to decrease tension, I would say. And obviously, we consider Turkey to be very important ally in NATO, and in many areas we cooperate very, very smoothly and very closely, and I believe this will continue to be so. Sometimes different opinion doesn't mean a bad thing. Sometimes it's a good. Sometimes it's good to have a deeper dialogue on concrete issues. And I spent several years in NATO as the Slovak MOD representative, and spent hours and hours discussing on various things when one of the allies had a different opinion than the others. That's okay. But we need to be based on common values. And as far as we stick to common values, that's all right.
But is it the case?
As far as somebody is crossing the way, then we need to send a very clear signal. Mm-hmm. We are based on common values.
Mm-hmm. Minister Pabriks, is it your opinion on Turkey?
Well, I think it's an extremely complicated matter because of course, we are not satisfied with a situation which now develops in the last 5, 6, 7 years as far as relationship between European Union and NATO, first of all, between European Union and Turkey, first of all. But I must say that also our EU policies sometimes, 5, 7 years ago, could have a healthy, critical approach also from our side, because not everything what we on the EU side were doing, starting with 2004, 6, 7, when we had negotiations with Turkey, were correct. Let's admit that. I think from that respect, this is a challenge. Bilaterally, in our region, we do not have problems with Turkey, but we can see that in a region which is around Turkey, starting with Syria, Libya, and now also Northern Caucasus, Turkey is playing an important role. But Turkey is not an only player there. So I would say, again, reflecting to how do we think here in the Northern Europe? I think we should start with ourselves. We can easily blame President Erdogan and Turkey for many things, but we were not doing a number of issues on our side as well fully correctly. And that is a problem, because small bend at the beginning is making a very, very huge bend at the end of the problem.
Mm-hmm. Minister Sejan, do you have something to add on this issue of Turkey?
Not much to add. When you will have bilateral disagreements between nations, but when it becomes a security issue, it is deeply concerning. It's very heartened to see that techno agreement has moved forward between the two nations. But let's look at on the flip side of things. Imagine if there wasn't a NATO. Where potentially could these disputes go? Right now, NATO, because of that NATO unity, has allowed for much greater conversation for bringing tensions down. So I have to look at that as a positive step.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions in the audience here? I don't. So while you are thinking about further questions. I have another one for you, Minister Sidjan, and I guess your colleagues will also have something to say about this. It's an issue which has been raised also previously with Mr. Stoltenberg, and it's about European defense. But I'm going to you first because you're not part of Europe, so you probably see this from a different point, a different perspective. So, do you see it as a threat to NATO cohesion? This there is visibly at the moment, and particularly still since the COVID crisis has started, there is more of a sense of. You know, there's all this talk about strategic autonomy, which is now being mentioned not only in Paris but also in Berlin, and this European Commission, which wants to have a more assertive role on the geopolitical scene. And so, what do you see it as a threat to NATO cohesion from Canada?
No, absolutely not. The work I think the European Union is doing is not a threat to NATO, but it's complementary. And all the discussions that we have had at NATO or even bilaterally with respective European nations has been about making sure that there is a strong European Union. And I think COVID is a great example of this, where NATO is a very strong military alliance. It's about sending a message of deterrence. And strong European Union, when it comes to defense, complements NATO's strength as well. That resiliency that we talk about, that COVID has reminded all nations on how they need to look. We need to look at it from a North American perspective. The stronger we are from a Canadian resilience or North American resilience allows us to be able to be stronger NATO allies. Obviously, there are going to be some aspects that we need to be mindful that it is actually complementary. This can't be just strictly words that we speak about or write on pieces of paper. We need to demonstrate this. And some of the work that has been done in terms of the security work the European Union is doing has complemented NATO. For example, discussions on making sure that we're able to move military forces between nations quickly, making sure that our road networks are complementary in Europe so that they were able to respond. Again, the Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group is one example where sometimes we need to be able to exercise in different nations, being able to move. And we got to make sure that the equipment that we move, as they go across the roads or bridges, have the capacity to take on all those types of vehicles. So there's many examples to be complementary. And we just need to make sure that it remains on that path.
Mm-hmm. You want to comment on this, because I'm sure it's a topic which is quite important for you.
Absolutely, and there's not much to add officially, I would say, on what my Canadian colleague has just covered, but. Very sincerely, I'm well known here in my country, also in the past when I was analyst, to be quite critical on various initiatives of the European Union in defense that were not working very well. And it was, honestly saying, in some areas, waste of time and resources. If we have European Union battle groups, why haven't we deployed them so far? It's been 15 years, I think, since the beginning of existence. And there were some concrete situations where we were able to deploy European battle groups. But yes, on the other hand, there are some concrete, very positive examples, like already mentioned, so-called EU defense Schengen, right? I think we should go step by step. We should find appropriate projects. But we should be very careful of duplication and of waste of resources and time. Sometimes it doesn't help. Sometimes it helps, but we need to be very careful.
Minister Pabriks, again, I'm going to mention President Macron, not because he's my president, but he was in your country just last week, I think, and in Lithuania, and he asked Lithuania to. He mentioned this this habit of buying American weapons, and he tried to encourage Lithuania, and I'm sure it was for you too, you know, various countries to stop buying American weaponry. What do you think of this?
Well, in many ways, and this is without prejudice, I see Macron as a very attractive politician. I heard that in Lithuania he might had such offers. There were no such offers in Latvia, but I can say that I can give to France an offer also to sell French weaponry and French goods to Latvian army. Moreover, we would be very much ready to cooperate with French military industries, because what I'm suggesting, and this goes hand in hand with that, what my colleague from Slovakia already told about European Union plans and activities, because we personally, we are buying different type of quality weapons from different countries, not only United States. For us here, first of all, the priority is quality. Secondly, we here in Latvia prioritize, and this is my personal priority, also the correlation between military purchases and cooperation in industry, where European Union have been putting some steps forward. Finally, we have also some kind of activities regarding the European industry. And here, my personal views very much correspond to that of President Macron. But if France or any other European country, Germans or somebody else, would like to be more active in cooperation as far as military industry or weaponry, then ask why Americans are so successful. And the answers are multiple. First of all, Americans are the ones on which we can really rely as military assistance if needed. Many European countries, sorry to say, alone are not capable to provide much of assistance. But as far as the military industry and weapons are concerned, I think here is a very interesting prospect. There are government-to-government projects and proposals, which some countries are simply not favoring. I personally prefer government-to-government deals. And secondly, there is a military assistance from the United States part. So if such country as France, but not only, Germany or any other country, would like to have a better discussion, let's say, with my capital, Riga, the military assistance from your country, 50%, we give additional 50%, we purchase from you. Very simple. Follow the American suggestions and example, and you will be much more successful in European integration. Why does European Union countries are not following this example and trying to invent something which, instead of the things which are working?
That's a very candid and pragmatic answer. Do we still have no questions from the audience? No, you're not being inspired by this I find this conversation very inspiring personally, but we'll go on because there are many issues that we haven't touched yet. Another big one is China, of course. It's so big that I don't know how to take it first, where to start. Well, one obvious aspect is that China is the second budget defense in the world now. Do you feel threatened by this? Do you think NATO is up to the task on this challenge? Maybe I will start with Minister Sajan on China.
First of all, I think, yes, when it comes to NATO and up to the task, absolutely. When you bring together the collective resources of all the NATO allies, it's significant, and that's something we always need to be mindful of. This is as having many nations together allows for a robust debate, but when we come together and a decision is made, it sends a very significant message when it comes to the innovation, the resources the defense industry that goes behind it as well. And so when it comes to China and their ambition when it comes to defense, is something that we monitor very closely. And for us as NATO allies, we want nations to work within a rules-based order. And this is something that has created concern for us with some of the things that China has done. And I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to talk about our two Canadians who have been arbitrarily detained in China. This type of hostage diplomacy is not what good rules-based order nations do. So if you want to be part of the global rules-based order, we need to have greater predictability. And these are type of things that goes against the norm. So you come into question a nation's true ambitions. And I want to also thank our NATO allies for being so strong in support of Canada and asking for the release of our two Canadians. So now then we look at China's aspects, what they do around the world. Obviously, there's a great opportunity when it comes to what all nations want to do. This prosperity of our own nations depends on the trade that we have with other nations. And China is something that all nations have been trading with. We have great relationships when it comes to some aspects of our trade. But some of the security issues are challenging. And so some of the actions that have been demonstrated in the South China Sea have been obviously concerning. But these are some of the things that we'll continue to monitor. And we need to monitor in NATO. That's why we always talk about NATO needs to look 360. This is not just about being reactionary to a problem. It's about making sure that any nation out there sees the collective will of what NATO brings to the table, and that's that strong message of defense and deterrence. And what that allows, I think, all nations around the world to do is to have greater predictability. And I think 2020 has really demonstrated the importance of predictability. Because with predictability, you're able to have agreements in place when it comes to trade, look at the various norms, international laws that have been placed. Nations can follow it. If you have a dispute, there's mechanisms that you can follow. So these are some of the things that I think we need to be mindful of, but absolutely NATO is fit for purpose for dealing with any type of threats around the world. But ultimately, our job is to making sure that we send a message of deterrence to prevent any conflict.
Mm-hmm. Minister Pabriks, China is very successful also in the technological field, not only in defense field, but also, and this has of course a lot of implications for security and cyber security. Your region is a target for disinformation and manipulation of information. Does it only come from Russia, or are you worried about Chinese activity in this sector as well?
Madam, Chinese question is larger in this case than NATO. And we have been touching upon this question also during President Macron's visit. And I would like to start with an example, because I think the ultimate goal, if we want that liberal democratic rules prevail in the world, and these rules represent we in the West, in transatlantic community. If we want to do this, then we have to act together, and we have to act from the position, I would say, also from strength. And strength is coming out from our resilience, from our capabilities with the new technologies, from the capabilities in the digital world, and also from our political will. And Sargit mentioned one of the issues, for instance, like trade. And we, of course, can blame President Trump that he was abolishing also these negotiations between the European Union and United States about transatlantic trade agreement. But I would say that there have been a lot of opponents also among European societies, particularly in the left-wing or left-leaning parties, because they have been parts of societies which wanted to make such trade deals so comprehensive, including so many matters, that basically it was not anymore about the trade, but many other things. So I think we failed with this, because if we would agree on the trade deal between United States and Europe, just like if United States would agree with a trade deal between US and Pacific nations, then we would be in a totally different position globally to tackle Chinese issues which are arising from that region. We were not smart in this regard, we abandoned this, and that basically means that there is no any more guarantee that we can build the future 20, 30 years trade deals, for instance, on the rules which are originating in liberal democracies. And I think this is a very, very big shame on our side. And the same is reflecting also to other issues. As far as misinformation you ask about our region, this is a smaller part, because yes, we have been living in permanent or semi-permanent attacks from the Russian side, because in Russia there are no free media, just like there is no in China free media, so they are used for different types of government goals. But this is why we in the Baltics are in many ways a litmus test for things which you already experience, or which you in the further Western countries in Europe will very soon experience. So this is why I mentioned also in other places these perfect excellence centers of NATO. In Estonia, the cybersecurity. In Lithuania, energy security. In Latvia, Excellence Center for Strategic Communication, which deals with misinformation actually very greatly. These excellence centers came not because we simply paid for this and we wanted it in our soil. This came because we had a bitter experience before you had it in our lands, and so we came with a positive proposal. Like in Aikido, we turned a negative experience into the positive activity. So in this case also, I think that most important thing is really to think in a common way, to invest in those issues which assists our technologies, our digital world, including also environment, and let's stick to transatlantic unity, no matter how difficult at this time this happens. This is the only way how we can in future deal with such challenges which are coming from authoritarian countries, be it China or Russia or any other country.
Thank you very much for this article of faith, if I may say, and we have to take the matters in our hands if we want to be properly defended. Is that your opinion?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, well, honestly saying, maybe a decade ago, China started to be very assertive, especially in the Czech Republic, in Central Europe, subsequently in Slovakia and in other parts, in Poland. And, we can see it now in various reports of intelligence agencies in countries of Central Europe and Eastern Europe that China is assertive. They invest a lot of money to economies, but they are also very active in activities touching upon security interests of countries, including modern technologies. Obviously, we have been able to see various countries signing a memoranda on telecommunication security, I would say, 5G. Also in Slovakia, we are now in the stage when we will choose who will build the whole 5G infrastructure. And this security challenge exists for sure. We need to be focused on. And as I told you, especially if you look to the Czech Republic, you'll see that China is very much active in various sectors in country. Not only economy, it's also politics. In Slovakia, not that much, but we see the first concrete examples of, I would say, assertive behavior.
Well, thank you very, very much for this fascinating discussion. I think we have succeeded in our hybrid, at least in the hybrid aspect of our conference. Minister Sejan, thank you very much for joining us from Ottawa. Minister Pavlik, thank you very much as well from Riga, and all the best to both of you. And Minister Nagy, thank you for being here with me. To the audience, the next session in this room is in 5 minutes, and the subject is how the EU will adapt after the pandemic in a digital age. And in the Habsburg room, the subject is the economic impact of climate change. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The opening of the first GLOBSEC office abroad at the beginning of 2020 in Brussels was a natural step to bring the rich experience and expertise of GLOBSEC 15 years after its creation to the lively policy making here in the European capital. The Brussels office acts as a gateway that channels our work and research and experience to European policymakers on one hand, while on the other hand, offers a better understanding of the interplay between European and national levels with a focus on Central and Eastern European countries. The GLOBSEC Brussels office is also the first point of contact for the Brussels-based stakeholders, partners, friends, or donors, with the aim of nurturing relationships that lead to new communities, new projects, and new joint ventures. We are committed to bring valuable contribution to the broader policy ecosystem, from foreign policy to defense, to trade, competitiveness, or economy. Grounded in a firm belief that we all have a role to play in ensuring that our future is peaceful, is inclusive, is green, we at the GLOBSEC Brussels office will facilitate free exchange of ideas, will bring voices together to discuss the most salient issues, will continue to promote our democratic values that we deeply cherish, and will come up with ideas that will shape the world of tomorrow.
I think that we can definitely survive the age of AI with our humanity intact if we right now discuss the best way to handle the technology. The technology is still at an early stage, and we have time to have the discussion. More and more places like the EU and Beijing and others are creating principles for how to deal with AI. I think if we make the right choices, then AI can actually serve to benefit humankind. I think we do have challenges around jobs, around privacy, but we also have tremendous benefits in safer cars, in better medicine. So our job to preserve our humanity is to move AI towards the good, and the Allen Institute for AI, our mission is AI for the common good.
My name is Sonia Muzikárova, and I am the Chief Economist of GLOBSEC Policy Institute. I'm also leading the Economic and Financial Policy Program, which is a multi-stakeholder research and dialogue platform with the aim of improving the quality of macroeconomic and financial policy in the region of Central and Eastern Europe. It is also firmly set against the backdrop of EU affairs, the transatlantic leadership in the global economy, and across developments in other major markets. Ours is a dual focus on spot-on economic analysis and transformational policy impact. At the GLOBSEC 2020 digital stage, we will theorize whether disruption becomes Central Europe's accelerator for deep economic transformation. The punchline here is that COVID has aggravated Central Europe's pre-existing condition, which is the need to overhaul its outdated growth narrative. Thankfully, EU leadership has mobilized financial resources to finance such structural transformation. So to warm ourselves up, what are some lessons from the coronavirus crisis for the design and functioning of the Central European economy? Should governments react to the health and economic and trade crises by turning inwards? How should the region go about upgrading its existing engines of growth? And how can policy environment enable resilient and robust local economy and prop up an innovation ecosystem in the region? These are some areas that we will theorize. To find out more, follow us on social media channels.
Good afternoon to you, everyone. We are live here from the beautiful city of Bratislava. My name is Annette Numa, and I'm going to be your moderator in the next 45 minutes. So I'm beyond excited to start this wonderful panel discussion because this is based on such an essential topic, which is European Union in the digital age, a post-pandemic thinking. 2020 has been a changing year for absolutely everyone all across the world, and especially when it comes to digital transformation. So what we have realized now is that having these digital solutions wasn't just something nice to have, but actually that's the only way to manage and handle the changing world around us. So I think it's extremely important to come together and then start actually discussing these different issues that we are facing in the European Union member states right now. And that's why I am super excited now to introduce you our 4 wonderful speakers that are joining with me today. Unfortunately, not here on a stage, so I feel super lonely to be here, but they're luckily joining me over the videos. So the very first person that I'm happy to introduce you is Her Excellency Veronika Remisoma. She is working as a Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Investment, Regional Development and Information of the Slovak Republic. So she is joining with me all the way from here, Bratislava, but over the video. So hello, Veronika. Secondly, we have Cecilia Bonnefeld-Dahl, and she's working as the Director General for Digital Europe, and she is joining us all the way from Brussels. As a third person, we have Susanna Sofia Matri, who is the Regional Director for the Government Affairs Lead for the CEO region, and she's working in Microsoft, and she is joining us all the way from Budapest. And last but not least, and a very recent and very welcome addition to the panel, we have Krzysztof Schubert, who is the former Deputy Minister of Digital Affairs in Poland, and who is currently working as a President of the Management Board Investment Fund ACI, all the way from Warsaw. So thank you, all of you, for joining in today. Before I start asking questions from my side, which I usually very much enjoy to do, I actually have a reminder for all of you who are listening over the web right now, and also people here sitting with me in a room, that you can also ask questions. So people in the room, you can just stand up and raise a hand, and you can say that you have a question. And the other ones that are listening to us right now over the web, I'm encouraging all of you to ask questions by using our live.globsec.org, and you can submit your questions to make our discussion here even more interesting. So without wasting any more time, I would go all the way now to our speakers and kick off with a very first question here. As we know, digital transformation has become one of the most essential topics for the European Commission, and it has been frequently discussed there on the table. However, the base of the development process and different strategies in the European member states are terribly different. And when we think about different countries, then there are countries that are way lagging behind, and then there are some other countries that are way more advanced. So my question for you right now is that, do you think that the COVID-19 crisis have drastically changed the way of thinking and actually increased the need of having a general European strategy? And if the answer is yes here, could you kindly explain it with some of the examples of your own country? I would actually suggest to start with Veronica. So you're the nearest to me right now, also joining from Bratislava. So could you take this question?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the floor. I very much appreciate this theme of the debate, which is highly up to date, and I deal with the topic with my colleague at the ministry intensively. To answer your question, on one hand, the COVID-19 crisis has accelerated the use of digital solutions across all sectors. And however, on the other hand, this acceleration has uncovered a number of problems, because one of the problems being, for example, Europe's dependence on technology players from third countries in certain key value chains. And here we need a common strategy that will address the problem at EU level that would strengthen our efforts towards EU digital sovereignty. So this is one very important field in which we need to work together in the European Union. In view of the crisis, Slovakia has been thinking intensively about how to transform our car producing sector, which will be in the future become even more reliant on digital solutions and digital infrastructure. So for us, this is the topic of survival, if I can say so. So any disruption of the respective value chains due to the one-sided dependence on third country technologies can be critical for us, for Slovakia, in all sectors.
We have some technical troubles right now here that Veronica's words are actually before the picture, so we are currently fixing that side here. But I would now jump all the way to Budapest, to Susanna. Could you answer this question also regarding what's your point of view from your organization?
Thank you very much, Annette. I also experiencing some delay when talking, but I don't know how is it for the others. I can hear you, but with some delay. First of all, what I would like to say is that we at Microsoft here are extremely delighted to be here at GLOBSEC Forum, especially because GLOBSEC Forum provides an excellent opportunity for dialogue between public and private partners. And as this panel shows also, and with this great panel of different government person, industry representative, trade association representative, we truly believe, and we are firm advocates at Microsoft, that this is the only way, dialogue between public and private partners to decide how technology should and could be involved in our daily life. And you're right, the pandemic has shown the tremendous need needs of the first thing that I would say is the skilling, definitely, that we have seen, as our CEO Satya Nadella has said once, we've seen 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months. And this accelerated process has only proven the need for even more dialogue, which builds on trust, because without dialogue between public and private, we cannot solve the life. And as we are entering into this phase, we have to come together and discuss things. So as I said, the first thing that this pandemic has shown the importance of skilling, because this accelerated time has even widened the digital skills, the digital skills gap that we need to tackle. And that's why Microsoft, by the way, launched the so-called Global Skills Initiative. With that, we decided to be committed to train 25 million people across the world in 2020. The other thing that is extremely important, and I'm really happy, and we are very happy to see that also the European Union is taking this path, is to see how technology interacts in our daily life, and we should take this in a very responsible manner. And this is a shared responsibility between public and private partners. And we as Microsoft, we have also taken a very responsible journey when it comes to technologies, that I'm really happy to talk even further during the discussion.
Thank you for your answer. I would just to move on to the next question now, which would be addressed to you, Christopher, you here. So as we know, in 2015, the Digital Single Market Policy was announced by the European Commission. The policy covers mostly, as we know, e-commerce, digital marketing, and telecommunications. And the main aim was actually to create frictionless single market where companies of all sizes, and of course also in all different sectors, can compete on different equal terms and should be able to develop and use this kind of digital technologies and products and services at the scale to boost their productivity. One of the pillars, as we know, also was to provide a good access to online products and services. But as we know, during the time of the crisis, having access to these kind of digital services was the only way for some of the businesses to even survive. So how well has the strategy, the Digital Single Market Policy, been implemented, and what are still the biggest challenges in your country? Let's speak about Poland now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today to discuss the EU in Digital Age topic, a post-pandemic rethink. So before I will spend a few moments on digital single market strategy, so actually in the government I've been responsible for 2 years for the strategy for implementation as a plenipotentiary of the government for digital single market. I will start with a little bit maybe different angle, because when preparing for this session, for me 2 issues resonated the most, having in mind the current situation with COVID pandemic and all the problems related to it. So first is the future of digital technologies and digital transformation, which is one of the most important areas, of course, including skills and competencies as a very important part, which COVID clearly demonstrated. And the second is financial side and financial mechanism. So I think that both areas are equally important at the moment for Europe and for the member states to think about and coordinate in the proper way to really spend the different budgets or different funds on those 2 areas. So actually, as I mentioned, the COVID has demonstrated the importance of digital technology. So without them, actually, we won't be able to run any business. Almost the government could not work, or people couldn't have any access to the education or communication. So it's really important. So it was the moment which actually most of us were super fast updated our skills within the digital world. So it's a good side. But the other side is to really to be sure where we are all going together. And digital single market as the biggest strategy in the past, and still the elements of the strategy, they are still on the way, is the most important to really take care of. I just remind you that the size of the strategy was almost 415 billion euro, the amount the completed digital single market could contribute to the European economy. So significant value. Now we see more and more the importance of the elements of the strategy, starting from the technologies like 5G, or the next steps maybe 6G or others, different technologies which are mentioned always together to different European programs like artificial intelligence or cybersecurity or high power computing, all those technologies which will help us to really survive and to really move our European economy to a little bit different level. But again, I think that the way we will be spending right at the moment, the money is really crucial for Europe. So we have quite a few European budget focused on that, like Digital Europe or Horizon Europe. They were a little bit, the numbers were a little bit decreased because of the post-pandemic funds, let's to say. But again, this is something which is at the moment on the topic, at least within our government or on our market. I mean the technologies and the funds again, and the recent change, which I would like maybe to mention, that actually yesterday, we had a change across our government, and we moved the competencies of the Ministry for Digital Affairs. I had the pleasure to build and work for a couple of years. It will be moved directly to the Prime Minister office, and the Prime Minister will be responsible directly for the area of digital, let's say, digital transformation, I mean, economy and the administration. So it's a short update from our side. Thank you.
But Christoph, do you think and do you feel from the Polish side there that the help coming from the European Commission has been efficient and has been helpful for you? Has it been enough?
Yes, always. So yes, I remember the time I was working very close with Commissioner Gabriel or Commissioner Ansip. At the time I've been on the government, so there was no problems from my perspective to work and to really change the way we are doing digitalization. We are still not leaders, I would say. So if we will just look at the DESI, which is Digital Economy Society Index, we are we are quite far from the leaders. But from my perspective, this is the area where we should really concentrate on, and really we have some areas to move on. So that's my perspective. I hope that the recent changes across the government will help a lot, because it was, from my experience in the past, it was really difficult to coordinate the digital single market strategy, which covers regulations, technology, implementation and policies to quite a lot of areas from the one ministry, which was at that time Ministry of Digital Affairs, very technical ministry, very technical focus. So it was a bit more complicated. And now I see that maybe if it will be closer to the head of the state, it will be much more easier to really show even the backup from the Prime Minister, where we are trying to maybe implement some directions or solutions.
Thank you. So let's jump now to Brussels, where decisions have been taken. European way of digital transformation is to support also, of course, our democratic values, respect our fundamental rights, and contribute sustainability and resource-efficient economy. One of the greatest matters is to provide also data protection to all European Union citizens. What would be your recommendation how to ensure better awareness of data management and digital literacy? So
I would say that yes, thank you. So I would say digital skills and awareness of, for example, data privacy or data security is one of the biggest tasks that we have. I think we cannot only limit it to security, but in general, getting our skills level up. If there is one thing that we really need to spend money on right now, is really getting our teachers and our children up to speed. But of course, also the millions of SMEs that we have in Europe, which does not have time for lawyers and knowing exactly how to handle data or how to protect themselves. Actually, only under 10% of the SMEs have a digital security strategy and is aware about how to handle this. So this is definitely one thing that the crisis have shown, that the vulnerabilities when we move to digital has to be handled. But it is actually something that the Commission is working on. Last year, the cybersecurity package was adopted, and at the moment, I myself am also in the group, and we are working on a European cybersecurity strategy. I would say another thing that it has shown within privacy is that, there is still too many national interpretations of GDPR on privacy, which is not very beneficial for Europe when they go digital and when they are, for example, in a pandemic. It's extremely important that we get an alignment across Europe of implementation of the digital single market, of the GDPR, of our cybersecurity strategy. The more we do fragmentation, the more vulnerable we are. Viruses and breaches does actually not know any kind of borders. It's a little bit like the virus. It doesn't really care what country it lives in. So it has really shown the necessity of countries to work together in Europe as a team and not as a single nation state on this one.
So do you feel you have much more work to do now after the crisis, when the entire European Union has realized that digital transformation is the only way to go?
Yes, definitely. Actually, I think Brussels has taken quite lead with the digital single market on the regulatory agenda, also in the past. And I would say that Europe is more or less, I would say, the best and best in class on digital regulation right now. We have GDPR, we are extremely aligning and upgrading with our cybersecurity regulations, our consumer regulations is very strong. So I would say we are maybe the continent in the world, regulation-wise, that is most ready to embrace digitalization. Now, after the crisis, what we have seen is that the understanding of the importance of investment is really coming to the table. There's a joke saying, China has the data, US has the money, and we have the regulation. And, with the regulation, it's good. We have the base, everything is in place. Now we're really to boost the uptake. And we've seen the Commission now, Ursula von der Leyen came out with a recovery package. It's 750 billion euros that has to be spent in the next coming years on the recovery of the economy, and 20% will have to be spent on digital. And here we even hear some prime ministers saying, like, what exactly do I spend it on? So one of the things that we have done from industry is really to map. In 2 weeks, we will publish a investment plan for Europe, a digital investment plan for Europe, with really concrete projects for inspirations for the member states and for the European Commission on how to invest. And digital skills, cybersecurity, data availability, not least. Europe actually decided quite a long time ago to make available public data, but a lot of the governments simply haven't had the capacity and the money to release those data. This is one of the things that can really create the second growth wave after the COVID crisis. And this is one of the suggestions that we have in our investment plan.
You're doing a great job, and I hope that's going to help a lot of countries to develop this service. But I would suggest now to jump back to Budapest, to Susanna, and let's talk about now the public-private partnership. How do you see European Union doing by the view from the private sector representative here? Do you think you can be a help for the European to make this process more efficient and accelerate this process much faster?
Thank you very much, Annette. No doubt. We've been extremely happy, and especially, for example, with Cecilia, also with the Digital Europe, and we know the government and leaders. We've been working very closely on making this digital transformation a much smoother journey. And what is very important here, what I have to say is definitely trust between public and private partners. And just let me say one personal note. I'm coming from, before joining Microsoft, I was a civil servant for 20 years. And I can tell you that during these 2 decades, I hardly met any industry players or representative. And spending 3 years in Microsoft, I feel like wish I have had more chance to meet those people, and I would understand much better I would have understood much better at that time the need for a much closer relationship. And for example, if you look at the cybersecurity that some of the panelists also mentioned, that pandemic showed as one of the most important areas that we have to work even more closely. This is an area, for example, that we have seen a tremendous and very nice partnership led by the French government, and we as a company, we've been very much supporting the so-called Paris Code, the first ever bigger cooperation between public and private partners, academia, to commit to cyberspace, cyber peace. And so this is definitely one way. The other area which I would mention that also some panelists mentioned, the regulation side. We've been extremely happy to see that also European Commission has taken a firm step on when it comes to regulation to new technologies, especially artificial intelligence. And we've been also working hand in hand and providing inputs to the white paper, and we were extremely happy to see that the ethical principles that we have been advocating as one of the first industry, we've been seeing this reflecting also in the white paper, because for the moment, as you all know, regulation when it comes to new technology, especially AI regulation, we don't see that many. However, we truly believe that if you want AI to be used wisely, you need to, at least for the moment, self-regulate yourself, which should be based on 6 ethical principles that we have put in forward. So what I can tell you that it's a common journey, and we've been also very happy to work with all the governments, also in with the whole European Commission, European Parliament, and all the important European stakeholders. And it's not by coincidence, by the way, that, as you know, this is something, the new technologies, this new change that it has been very intrusive into our daily life. This is a matter of everybody. So industries, governments, lawyers, trade association, academia should get together and decide together, and also the people, how we want this new technology to transform our life.
Thank you, Susanna, and thank you for bringing up also a topic of AI, which is becoming more and more important. And my question is, are member states' legal backgrounds ready to accept AI? I'm coming all the way from Estonia, where we have already accepted AI, but it took us for many years to repair the legal background for that. So I would jump all the way to Veronica and ask how Slovakia is doing by preparing the legal backgrounds to accept the AI.
At the EU level, we are currently at the beginning of the discussion how to adapt the legal framework to challenges brought by development of artificial intelligence and its applications. And it is very likely that EU, but also the national system, will have to be modernized in quite a few aspects. And Slovakia has just published its national position on questions put forward in the EI White Book. We are supporting the approach toward trustworthy artificial intelligence, which means lawful, respecting all applicable laws and regulation, ethical, which is respecting ethical principles and values, and robust, both from a technical perspective while taking into account social environment. Secondly, we are aware that artificial intelligence is something which could be very helpful in for provision of government services. So as a ministry, we are taking several initiatives towards public-private partnerships with academic institutions, with private partners, to develop tools how to use artificial intelligence to work with data, to explore data, to make data more open. We also plan to use artificial intelligence tools to combat hoax and disinformation, so hybrid threats. And when now Slovakia is currently preparing the investment plan for recovery fund for Next Generation Europe funds, which we welcome that there is a strong digital focus. So I think that this is very positive step from the European Commission to push for digital transformation, which will help us also to prioritize our investments in Slovakia. And one of the very important priority in Slovakia will be innovative investment. So, and one of the tool will be partnership aiming at using artificial intelligence in provision of e-government services. And saying that, we are very well aware that in terms of artificial intelligence, we need strong, ethical, and robust legislation because we are entering into new field.
Thank you, Veronica. Let's jump all the way now to the question from the audience side, which I have received now. So the first question, we're going to take two questions from the audience side. So what have been the biggest lessons and observations of the impact of the crisis on the digital strategies? Maybe Christoph, you could go ahead and answer this one.
Yeah, from my perspective, which is the good side of the pandemic crisis, if I would say, is that most of the governments, they realize how the technology is important those days. So I think that this will stimulate a little bit different focus, what I mentioned earlier, and I hope that we will continue to really go in that way. I also would like to comment a bit, because between the lines or directly, some of you have mentioned the small and medium-sized businesses, and I think that supporting them, the investment in medium-sized businesses, and especially in ones which are creating some innovations. So really, because as you know, 60+% of innovations is within digital space. So I think that supporting them, and especially from different funds perspective, not only European funds or national funds, but also the private funds, I mean the private equity or venture capital funds, they are very much in the right moment to really be focused on the right companies to help them develop the products for the future and really to move the European economy maybe to a little bit different level, because we mentioned already, as Cecilia mentioned, that the China and US, and always we are discussing pretty often this triangle, Europe, US, China. So if we will be not working together, we will be not able, very likely, to compete with those two giants, I would say. And we have a little bit also approach much more on the policy side. So I think that also the good recommendation maybe will be not to focus too much on the policies and not to over-regulate the market too much, because in the end, the digitalization of administration is very important, but in the end we have to also provide some kind of the business cases, and in the end to be really business-oriented and move our economy to a little bit different level and compete with other states or part of the world.
Thank you. As I promised, I'm taking another question that we have received. So developed democratic countries have a common problem in digital transformation. Two countries have already had their legacy system and its infrastructure, and many people are relying on the legacy system. They tend to refuse the change. Do you have some idea how to solve the problem and promote the digital economy, digital society? Maybe we can go ahead and ask this question all the way from Brussels, Cecilia.
Yes, I mean, well, I think if people resist change, and it has fundamental consequences for the economy. And I think, of course, the government can do something, but it's also up to the business society and associations like ours and other business associations to really move the needle towards more innovative environment. And I must say, I agree very much with Christoph. I mean, in the end, we really all agree in Europe that we have very well protected regulatory environment. Our biggest challenges that we have to solve now is not that we lack regulation. Of course, we should constantly monitor regulation and know that we have the right regulations, but it's not exactly what Europe is lacking the most. What we really are lacking is the change into an innovative investment environment. And I would give my advice to any government that really to put the money in the right place and to look towards innovation and growth. Just looking at, for example, our school system, right? I mean, you have places in Europe where people were totally on Teams and the teachers were used to teaching online, and you have places where they don't have the connectivity to go online teaching, where they haven't been to school for months and months. And this is totally unacceptable. It's a digital divide that Europe as a continent cannot accept. If you look at the opportunities of getting online, also for companies or trading, it's very, very different. And that divide will increase because we don't have the right education, because we don't have the right investment environment. And right now, in the next 12 months, we will decide how Europe looks in 5 years. And I really think that it's not the missing regulatory agendas that is first on the list. It should constantly be there, but should not be top on the list right now. Also, a lot of the regulations are still very scattered and really hampering the SMEs from trading across border. Actually, only 8% of our SMEs trade across one European border. And it shows also why only 5% of the unicorns, meaning the fast-growing companies, are in Europe. 5% on the European continent. It's really what we really need to now is both public sector and private sector leaders to think innovative, to make investments. And right now we have 20% of 150 billion euros coming out for digital. So right now it's grabbing the chance and really putting the money where the need is.
Cecilia, do you feel that there would be like opportunity or a way to also start doing such thing as hackathons on a European level to get closer to the European citizens and show that their ideas matter, and then we can actually create also different companies, as you said, like different unicorns, maybe in one day from one kind of startup. Do you see potential there?
I definitely do. I started 3 years ago something called the Digital Europe Unicorn, where all the countries actually nominate, for example, their most innovative tech company in the country, and they all compete against each other. And the innovation potential we see there and the growth potential is really immense. And the EU has also just founded something called the Innovation Council, where these companies can actually search for funding and grants to grow. I mean, it cannot stand alone, but for sure, I mean, with digital technologies as we do right now, it's also a chance for the politicians and for the Commission and for the parliaments to get even closer to both national policymakers, but also the national citizens, and have that more agile policy making. As you probably read, I have my ideas about agile policy making and how to do that. I think the businesses have to learn it in the aid crisis, when all the travels was closed down basically due to a financial constraint. A lot of the companies had to change the way that they work. Now it has come to democracy, right? How do we get closer to our citizens? How do we get closer, the political processes closer to the citizens and to the businesses that really needs us? So yes, definitely, it's a huge chance. It's a huge chance, as we say, there's always an opportunity in a good crisis. This is of course not a good crisis, but it is a crisis, and the big opportunity here is for policymakers and leaders to get closer to the citizens and the businesses, and for us to put the money in the right places and to think as one European team. We need that European scalability and market to basically be competitive to the future.
And thank you for that as well. So we know that the success of European digital strategy will be actually measured in how well we are able to put these tools into work by delivering public goods to the European citizens. What do you think? Which sector needs more attention right now, and which sector needs to be digitalized as soon as possible, especially considering that we're still facing the time of the crisis? Maybe, Susanna, you can go ahead and answer this one.
Thank you very much, Annette. But if I may, I'd just like to pick up what Cecilia said on the importance of talking to people, and you also mentioned hackathon. We as Microsoft, I'm responsible for CEE in the region. I can tell you in almost all the country across CEE, we are talking about, in Microsoft terms, about 33 countries, we've been launching and driving many hackathons. And in this respect, and I fully agree that we should understand how people like and live the new technologies. And for this, just let me mention, quote our CEO, Satya Nadella, who said in his first interview when he became CEO of Microsoft, and he was asked about what is the key of the success, and his response was empathy. And he said, you need empathy to understand people's needs and even people's unspoken needs. So hackathon is also one way to understand those unspoken needs that can be then used and translated in regulation, and also we can adapt our technologies to their needs. And when it comes to your specific question about different sectors, we have already talked about, I guess all the speakers talked about the skills, so definitely education is the number one. Number two, I would say healthcare, especially when it comes to during the pandemic. Unfortunately, we have seen cyber attacks towards the health sector, and it's not by coincidence that we have launched our account guard program, and also the Paris Call that I have just mentioned. Our new focus now is definitely the healthcare organization. I would also mention government. The panelists have also mentioned that the opportunity of this, if I may say so, this pandemic, that also the government realized the importance of digitalization. So I will definitely mention these three areas as the priorities. Thank you.
I'm very glad that you mentioned about the healthcare system, because I personally think here that what's the point of even having this kind of free movement across the European Union if you don't even have the same healthcare systems and the information is not moving? So if you go and live in another country, you're like a blank space and they don't know anything about your healthcare system or your previous background. So I see like a very huge issues there. And continuing on this healthcare topic and speaking about Corona, which I'm very tired to do already, but speaking about tracing applications, we know that there are many of member states that have launched their own tracing applications. Do we need to start thinking about having a common, one single central tracing application for the European Union? Let's go for Veronica.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think that we need one common solution, because if we are saying that we have a free movement, then we need one single solution for all EU. I will just mention three lessons that Slovakia took from the COVID crisis, and the first lesson was connectivity. Suddenly we realized that connectivity is not about roads or transport, and in a time of crisis it's about internet. So this was first lesson, that we need to really invest in the digital infrastructure and the connectivity. The second lesson was that we need to invest in digital skills in Slovakia and digital state solution. And here I speaking about app, common tracing application in Slovakia, and just one experience from the crisis, that the trust between state and public is very important when facing the crisis. And we have an e-quarantine app in Slovakia during the crisis, But what is the most difficult thing in to get people use state apps? So to trust state that they will protect their data. So the privacy and data. So the cybersecurity here is very important. But definitely, I think that we need a single European solution if we want to protect our freedom of movement.
On the same topic, moving all the way to Cecilia. So if we're going to have the vaccine ready, how are we going to start exchanging this information across the European Union when people continue to travel and work? Are we need to carry the papers with us to prove that we have been vaccinated? Maybe that's the future. So how do you see this going in the future?
Sure, who needs digital? No, of course not. I mean, actually, one of the major investment programs that started in the EU, actually under the first weeks of the crisis, was a common European data space. I mean, having a secure data space that really respects all the regulations, not only GDPR, but all the regulations on healthcare and privacy and security is going to be crucial to share data. And this is in the making, and it will be the base also of, for example, a common health system also across Europe. So I think it is a step that really shows that that it took a crisis really to become more European in the approach to things close to people. Still, there will always be a need to be, we are Danish or Polish or whatever we is, to have the people close to you, your government close to you. But I think we are seeing now that the European leaders are really kind of stepping closer together and really also handling things that are close to citizens. Not only the big financial things that they need to handle, but also things like health, things like education, things like investing in the SMEs and finding methodologies of doing so. And this is extremely important. And this is a development I hope that we will see continue after the crisis, that the fundamental things and services in public life for citizens is being handled in a one team in Europe, because it's the only way to go forward. I mean, for the health, for healthcare, I mean, the diseases and the problems, it doesn't really care what country they're in. And if you have to see it from the citizen side, we need to have a common system so we can move freely across border, that we can be taken care of in the same way, and that, of course, handles our data in a safe and secure way across border.
Yeah, I have to cut you off here, Cecilia. Thank you for the answer. We're running out of time now, so to sum it up, I would say that the digital transformation can only work if it works for everyone, not only for the few people. So information about the next session now, this is going to happen here in less than 5 minutes now, and together with the European Union's very first chief prosecutor, and in the Habsburg room, we are going to have a subject which is Americans' upcoming election, which is super exciting. So you can also stay tuned there, stay healthy. And I would now like to thank our panelists. Thank you for your amazing answers. And I hope that panel discussion was interesting for all of you who were listening. So have a fantastic day and stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
So I think this is a crucial question for Europe. I think we have to understand the reasons people have gone to vote for the populists. And that has to do with solidarity and equality, which they feel is lacking, and it has to do with a sense of community and identity. So we, pro-Europeans, liberal internationalists, have to address those fears and concerns that they have. That means a different economic policy, it means talking more about liberal patriotism, and it means giving a vision of Europe, the European Union, which actually delivers for them and not just for an elite.
My name is Alina Kutsko, and I'm director of the GLOBSEC Policy Institute. The 2020s are just starting, and the myriad events of 2020 alone already forecast a very complex decade. To come out of these complex times stronger, wiser, and more united, the world needs more diverse, creative, and engaging ideas from all stakeholders, and inclusive coalitions to implement them. That is why we're on a mission to find unconventional, innovative answers to the unconventional challenges that we are facing. While working with our global partners, we want to tap into the potential of Central Europe, to come up with innovative ideas and to relentlessly work on their implementation. We structure our work around several areas and topics. We want an even better future for Europe. Here we design ways to overcome political or economic crises, as we did with our Task Force for Europe. Our defense program works on ideas that update and upgrade our security arrangements, as we did with our GLOBSEC NATO Adaptation Initiative and GLOBSEC European Security Initiative. We also vigilantly following the national security challenges. We explore how to counter terrorism and violent extremism, as we did with our Crime Terror Nexus project and GLOBSEC Intelligence Reform Initiative. Our Democracy and Resilience program is tenaciously analyzing hybrid threats to our democracy and runs hands-on projects to make our democracies and the way we share and consume information ever more resilient in the digital age. We explore challenges facing our economy, intersections of technology and society, energy and sustainability, and global order. We're always open for collaboration. Stay in touch with us. Do not hesitate to approach us with your thoughts, ideas, and suggestions. And we promise you that you will hear from us regularly about our ideas and what we do to convert them into reality.
It's the last session of the day, so special thanks to you for still being with us. And I'm Martina Czernowska, and I have the great pleasure to welcome Mrs. Laura Codruta-Kövesi. She is the first European Chief Prosecutor joining us from Luxembourg. Hello, Mrs. Kövesi, and thank you for being with us. Can you hear me? Yeah. This is the virtual age, the hybrid age.
No, I can hear you. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon.
Oh.
Thank you for... Now you can hear me, I can hear you. I think now we're fine, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. So hello, thanks again for being with us. We have only half an hour, so there will be some time for questions from the audience in the room and also online. It would be live.globsec.org. But I remind you now, just from the beginning, to keep it short. And I will try the same. At least I will try. Mrs. Kövesi, you are fighting corruption in your home country in Romania as the head of the National Anti-Corruption Directorate, and now you lead the European Public Prosecutor's Office. It's a newly established office. It should be operational by the end of the year. And it's supposed to investigate and prosecute perpetrators of crimes like VAT fraud, corruption, money laundering. But there have been attempts to fight corruption for many, many years now. There's also already an anti-fraud office established called OLAF. So what's new about the European Public Prosecutor's Office, the EPPO? What's special about it?
Well, thank you for the invitation. I would like to start saying that for the first time, we'll have a prosecutor office at the European level to investigate and prosecute financial fraud, white-collar crimes, cross-border VAT fraud. This is something new. It's an historical achievement. And EPPO was created to improve the level of protection for European money and to do things that the national prosecutor couldn't do it, or it was very difficult to do it. So what is it now without EPPO? I will give you an example to be more clear. Today, in cross-border investigations, you have to rely on the instruments of mutual legal assistance, and sometimes this is slowly and heavy. It takes time to receive all the information that you need. In the meantime, the suspects can disappear, we can lose money, we cannot recover the damages. But EPPO will make the difference now. Why? Because with EPPO, we will be able to act directly without unprecedented speed. This means faster and more efficient. For example, an EPPO prosecutor for Romania can call directly his colleagues from Spain, and he can ask the information that are necessary for his investigation without many time-consuming formalities, faster and more efficient. And also that prosecutor can use directly any proof that he can receive. The added value of the EPPO will be its possibility to obtain and aggregate information at the European level to conduct investigations without being limited by national borders, and we can use the most efficient investigative tactics. So once more, the flexibility of EPPO will make the difference between what we have now and what it will be in future.
Would this also work for me as a citizen? For example, could I, if I'm convinced that some EU money is misused in Austria where I live, could I send you an email as well?
Of course, we, as a European Public Prosecutor Office, we can receive complaints from the citizen directly here in Luxembourg, or the citizens can send the complaints to the national authorities, and there is an obligation for the national authorities to send all those complaints related to the crimes that falls under the EPPO jurisdiction to the EPPO. Also, we have to receive, and we can receive reports, information from all the national authorities related to our jurisdiction. But any citizen can send any complaint here in Luxembourg.
As far as I understand, also politicians could become a target of your investigations. So how can you make sure that you are that you stay politically independent, and how to avoid political pressure?
Well, of course, because of our jurisdiction, we will investigate powerful people, rich people, because we will investigate also organized crime and white-collar crimes. But the independence of EPPO, first of all, it's guaranteed by its regulation. In the EPPO regulation, it stipulates that EPPO, it is an independent body. Also, the prosecutors that will work in EPPO will be independent. So we have a legal guarantee, let's say that. Of course, we will investigate powerful persons. We will be here in Luxembourg, a team of, let's say, professional prosecutors, courageous prosecutors with a huge experience. We are used to work with this pressure. And it's very important to say that all the prosecutors in EPPO will be independent. We have to prove that the law is equal for everybody. This is the main rule, that it will be in EPPO. And in the end, through this our activity, we will defend the rule of law. But for doing that, we have to prove that the law is equally for everybody.
But there are 5 EU member states not joining the EPPO, and in 2 of them there is like a rule of law procedure already launched. But it's not only, I'm not talking about Hungary and Poland, it's also Sweden, Denmark and Ireland which didn't join the EPPO. So how can you be effective across the EU if 5 countries are not on board?
Okay, we are prosecutors and we have to cooperate with our colleagues also from non-participating member states. We will use in our activity the current instruments for international cooperation that we are using now. But we would like to have some working arrangement with these non-participating member states. We try to reach out Hungary and Poland until now, and we will continue with Ireland, Denmark and Sweden, and I hope we can have some working arrangement and to establish a very good cooperation. In the end, even if we work in different judiciary, even if we have different legal rules, we are prosecutors and we have common problems, and we can cooperate very well with our colleagues.
Have you any idea when they could join, or are you hopeful that they will join soon?
Well, this is a political decision. I'm a prosecutor. I would like to have all our colleagues from non-participating member states on board. They are welcome all the time to come and to join to work with us. But in the end, this is a political decision, and I cannot comment. So.
When we are talking about the work of EPPO, which hasn't started even yet, we are talking about crimes like VAT fraud, and which makes the EU countries lose revenues in like estimated 30 up to 60 billion per year. We are talking about white-collar criminals, like you already mentioned, and corruption. So isn't it a very huge challenge for just 24 prosecutors across the EU?
Of course, it is a challenge. First of all, the main challenge is to try to unify and to have the unique procedure for 22 different member states. We will have 140 European delegated prosecutors. There will be those prosecutors who will effectively investigate the cases. But I think what is important with EPPO is the fact that we will have a unitary approach. In this way, we will have more investigations in all the member states because we have to increase the level of protection. There will be less discrepancies between the member states related to the number of investigations. We will have more recovery of damage and proceeds of crime. So in the end, I think the added value of EPPO can be bring with a 140 European delegated prosecutor, at least for the beginning.
But especially at the beginning, there could be a special challenge as well, because the EU is preparing to roll out hundreds of billions euro for the recovery package, and also the next 7 years budget, EU budget. There should be more money and more flexibility in disbursing this money. So parallel to this, there could be also more appetite for criminal organizations, including mafia, and also for so-called oligarchs to grab some of the money, like it used to happen before. So it's a lot of work for you right from the beginning, right?
Yes, of course. More money, more flexibility means higher risk to have more crimes to investigate. But we have to deal with this, and our job is to set up this institution. It's important to say that it's not an institution that we have to make some few arrangements or to adapt something. We have to build from scratch. And this is what we are trying to do right now with the entire team of EPPO, with 22 European prosecutors that are here in Luxembourg. We have also to take into consideration, and in this period, the pandemic, and this means new challenges, new vulnerabilities related to the security. This means new possibilities to have new kind of typologies and to identify new criminality. But we have to be ready. It's important to say that between the participating member states, there are a lot of member states that are external border for EU. And when we speak about frauds with VAT, this is very important. So we have external challenges, internal challenges, but I think we will find a solution to act, because the flexibility of the structure of EPPO will be very important. But what I want to say very clear, to be efficient, we need three main conditions. First, independence, and we have it, enough resources, and here we still need to have more budget, to have enough staff here in Luxembourg to analyze all the information and to connect all the dots, because we will have direct access to all the cases that are in 22 member states. And third, we need a good legislation. We have the regulation, but also we need to rely on the member states to adapt the EPPO regulation in their internal rules. And in the end, we have to select the European delegated prosecutors, those 140 European delegated prosecutors that they will work effectively in the cases. And also in this moment, we don't have this procedure finalized.
But in this context, I have to come back to this. 5 countries who are not members of EPPO yet, or not. Part of this debate on how to finance the European Union is rule of law and how to link these standards to disbursement of EU money. And it's a very controversial debate, dividing Europe not only into East and West. Could your office be a part of the solution in this dispute?
Well, when we speak about rule of law, we have to take into consideration that usually when there is an attack against the rule of law, there is suspicion of systemic corruption. There is an attack against judiciary. So when we speak about rule of law, we have to take into consideration the independence of the judiciary, and the main principle of the rule of law is that the law is equally for everybody. And of course, EPPO can be a part of the solution, if I can say that, because through our work, we can defend the rule of law, and in the end, we can contribute to defend the rule of law.
Yeah, but the independence of judiciary, this is one of the controversial questions in Poland at the moment. But okay, I understand that it's difficult to work with somebody who doesn't want to work with you. But coming back maybe from the other point of view, coming back to citizens, because there is, across Europe, there is a lot of EU scepticism, and okay, there is a new office, a new EU office established. Why do we need it for? What would you explain? How would you explain ordinary citizens, normal people, why this can contribute to make their life better?
Because more investigation on prosecutor means a stronger defense of rule of law in the EU. And having EPPO, we will investigate better and more efficient all the crimes related with EU money. And in the end, we will not defend only the budget of EU. In the end, we defend also the citizens. For us, I think, for EPPO, the main challenge will be to win the trust of the citizens. And we can do that only having an efficient work and only proving that the law is equally for everybody. So what EPPO will do is to protect better the money and to protect in the end the European citizens.
So maybe there are some questions from the audience. I'm just looking. Okay. So I think you were the first. Please keep it short. And one of the reasons to keep it short is that the mic is very heavy, so, you know. Thank you.
Hello, Jean-Baptiste Chastan for the French daily Le Monde. When do you expect to open the first investigation? And you say there are some difficulties with some countries regarding delegate prosecutors. With which countries do you have issues? And do you trust all the prosecutors, delegates to you, when you know they have been nominated by the local governments?
Okay, to answer to your question, as a prosecutor, I would like to start as soon as possible. If it's possible, I would like to start tomorrow. But the starting day of EPPO is a shared responsibility. Between us as EPPO, we have to prepare all the internal rules, and we are doing this. We really work hard to prepare everything. Second is the Commission to assure the budget for EPPO, and third is the member states. It's very important to say that to start EPPO, to tell that, okay, from tomorrow EPPO will start, we need to have three things. First, the European delegated prosecutors. They will be selected by the national authorities. They have to propose to the European Chief Prosecutor a list of names, and based on that list, I have to propose to the college the names to be appointed. It's important to have a transparent procedure to select the prosecutors because they will be the core of EPPO. We need to have professional prosecutors, courageous prosecutors, and their integrity should be beyond any doubts. So, secondly, in all the member states, we need to have implemented PIF directive. It's the directive that defines the crimes against the EU money. And also we need to have in all the member states the legislation that adapts the EPPO regulation in the internal legislation. I cannot give you specific names of the country because there are different stages of preparation, but I can tell you that there are some member states, for example, in France, in Spain, where they have the juge d'instruction and they have to adapt their model and the EPPO regulation to be able to work in those member states. It's not easy to find a common solution to 22 different member states. So the preparation in the member states are in different stage in this moment. Also, we still have the issue with the budget. We don't have, in this moment, a clear answer related to the request that we sent, and now we are in the middle of the negotiations related to the budget. So it's very difficult for me to give you a specific date because it's not depending only by the EPPO when we will start the activity. It's a shared responsibility together with the European Commission and with the member states. But what I can say is that we work very hard together and to trying to solve all the issues that are necessary to be solved before set up the EPPO.
Before we go back to the audience, just a short question from my side. You mentioned your budget several times. How much money would you love to have for your work?
Well, it's not about what I would like to have. It's about what we need to have to start the activity and to not be blocked in 2 or 3 days. We ask for 55 million euros. The proposal of the Commission is 37.7 million. So we don't miss, we miss, in my view, a small amount of money. But what is important to say is that this money represents the money for the staff here in Luxembourg at the central level. It's money for financial investigators, for case analysts, for support for the permanent chambers and the European prosecutors. Those will be the people who will connect the dots, who will analyze the cases, and who in the end will make the difference between what we have now and what we will have with EPPO. It's not a huge amount of money when we speak about the role of EPPO and what can be the added value with EPPO. It's not a huge amount of money.
Okay, thank you. So another question from, I think you were first, please.
Good evening, Mateusz Lewacki, representing Moody's Analytics. I would like to ask, you mentioned several internal and external challenges, so if you can name the top ones you have in mind. And I would especially like to ask about how do you see getting the data in files from so many countries when even local states might struggle with the structures and infrastructures and really getting the data in a harmonized way to be efficient. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood the second question. If you can repeat, please.
Yeah, that you mentioned that you will be getting the data or files from local countries. And how do you see to get in an efficient way where even the local countries, member states, might struggle locally to be efficient? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, EPPO will have a case management system. This means that all the cases that are under our investigation will be in this case management system. It's a kind of electronic archive. This means that in each moment we can see all the files in all the member states participating to EPPO. In this way, using the case analyst, we can make the connections. For example, if a case in Romania has some connection with the case in France or in Spain, immediately, without needs 3 months or 1 year to make the connections. And based on this, we can reallocate the cases, we can work better in those cases. And when I speak about the vulnerabilities, I mentioned the external border of EU, and I was referring especially to those cases related to financial fraud, especially with VAT fraud, because we have to take into consideration that all the time when we have borders, the number of the cases with VAT fraud can increase and we can have a higher number of these cases. For us, it will be important to know in each moment what kind of criminality we have and where, because in this way we can give the resources, we can prioritize our work, and we can defend better the European citizens and in the end the Europe.
And now a question from another colleague, journalist colleague, Valerie.
You actually, as a good colleague, took the first part of my question about the budget. Hi, Ms. Kövesi, my question is, the work hasn't begun yet, but I'm already seeing calls in my newspaper and elsewhere for the mandate of the EPPO to be expanded. And I'm just wondering if you see that that's something that could be possible at some time in the future. Thanks.
Okay. Well, this is in the end the job of the legislative to decide if we need to have an extended mandate or not. For me and for our colleagues at this moment, it's important to establish, to set up EPPO and to start the activity. It is already a challenge for us to try to unify all the procedures and to have unitary rules for 22 different member states, because we don't have a unique criminal code, we don't have a unique criminal procedure code. We have to work with 22 different legislation in the same time. So for now, because I'm a very, let's say, I said that I'm a prosecutor and I like to comment only the real facts all the time. Let's start, let's see how we can work, let's see how we can organize everything, and only after that I can give you a clear answer if we can or we cannot to have more jurisdiction.
I think we have time for one more question, please, because we are running out of time slowly.
Tomáš Valášek, member of the Slovak Parliament. Madam Kövesi, when asked about the rule of law, you quickly zoomed in on the independence of the judiciary. But how do you deal with the cases when the judiciary itself is at least partly rotten? We have, I believe, 9 judges in jail in Slovakia because they've been found corresponding and colluding with known mobsters. Isn't somewhat less independence for the judiciary? Perhaps the answer when the judiciary itself is found to be rotten and unable to deal with its own excesses? I know that's controversial, but I wonder whether you would want to reduce rule of law merely to the issue of independence of the judiciary. Isn't that in some ways counterproductive?
Yeah, I can comment on rule of law on everything just through my experience as a prosecutor. And I said that it's very important when we speak about rule of law to take into consideration the independence of the judiciary. Without this independence, we cannot really fight with any kind of criminality, especially when we speak about the corruption at the high level. So for this, it's important to have professionals, prosecutors and judges, and with a high level of integrity. Of course, we have to start from the presumption that presumption of innocence, but in those cases when there are prosecutors or judges involved in corruption cases, of course, this issue can be a huge vulnerability for the judiciary in general. This is the reason why when I speak with the national authorities related to the process to recruit the European delegated prosecutors for EPPO, I insisted very much on the transparency of the procedure, to be sure that those prosecutors that will be proposed will be the best prosecutors.
Okay. Thank you. I think these were all of the questions. Before thanking Mrs. Kövesi for joining us, I would like to tell you some details about tomorrow's program. The first session is at 9:45. And you will be interested to hear that tonight's GLOBSEC Awards ceremony will include awards to Karel Schwarzenberg and Svetlana Tsikhanowskaya. Mrs. Kövesi, thank you very much for this, for your time and for explaining to us how it should work and to carve out the visions and also the challenges which lie ahead. And may I wish you good luck for your work, because I think it would be good for all of us. Maybe thank you very much, and thank you also to you. Thanks for your time and that you still stayed until the end with us. Thank you.